Hello, welcome. Welcome the people of the audience, the people of the stream, people of the internet. Welcome. Sander, Night Cow, Chloron. Manny, how's it going? Had another PSU in a box. Oh, well, funny story. So my current computer is like 5 years old, maybe. 4 or 5 years old. Maybe like 4. And the power went out during a... Not even like heavy rain, but like, you know, our power just... I live in a fucking 160-year-old house. Like, you know, the power goes out. And anyway, my PSU got fried. It was a beautiful 750 watt gold Cooler Master. I'm sure I'll be able to like get it repaired. But anyway, so my previous computer, which is like 15 years old, its power supply got fried. Very similar situation. Power went out, thing fried, blah, blah, blah. So I had it replaced maybe like a year before I built this new computer. So it was a pretty high-spec power supply. It was a 700 watt. So I'm 50 watts lower than what I usually am. But it wasn't a modular PSU. So I've ended up with this. Can I open this bigger? So this is like this is the old PSU. Like my new one. And this is how I have my computer set up right now. Because like usually the PSU would live down in here, and like all of the wires which are in here that are unplugged are like already routed. They're already beautiful. They go behind the back, you know, down into where the PSU would be down here. But I just could not be fucked, and I ordered a new 750 watt, same brand, same everything. But yeah. Do you have surge protectors? I do. Every single thing that's plugged in is in like a surge protected power board. No daisy chaining. And then obviously the PSU has a fuse basically. So I don't know. I mean the surge protectors didn't trip. Like their fuses didn't blow. So I'm guessing it was just the power supply. You know, it was just time for it to go. And like, to be fair, it's like, you know, yeah, 4 years old, and And I have my computer on like literally 24/7 and do a lot of, you know, like I don't, you know, 24/7, 30 or 24 hours, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. 20-something years a life. So, yeah, it's, There's around you personally being very content with Corsair-branded PSUs. Okay, okay. Had a few others die within 3-ish years, even name brands, but all the Corsairs lasted 10 years. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I think it was a combination of, like, obviously power going out, and then, you know, power supply being worn down or something. Who knows? Trading UPS with your... Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I was thinking about that. About, yeah, like having a sort of emergency backup, you know, battery charge to be able to just get stuff out the, you know. Just crazy coincidence. I don't know. It was definitely a power surge because our breaker flipped. Our you know, fuse box thinger flipped for this end of the house. So it was definitely like a short circuit from the rain. But yeah. But anyway, everything else is perfectly fine. Another Corsair, or maybe I should get Corsair the next time after the next. I mean, the one that I bought as a replacement was on sale, like Black Friday sale and blah blah blah. But I don't think it's the power supply's fault, and it could just be a fuse inside the power supply itself. So like, it might just be a $10 repair or something. Fuse usually located in one corner of the power supply. Use an ohm meter to check the fuse. Ohm meter showing readings, blah, blah, blah. Resistance of the meter. No, the fuse is blown. Not going to do it myself, but yeah, I could just take it to a PC shop and, you know. So then I'll have 3 PSUs to have, like, on rotation, you know. Yeah, nothing fried, so I'm just glad that, like, initially, I was like, oh, no, fuck, like, you know, is my graphics card broken? Is my CPU busted? Like, is all my data fine? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, it's just the PSU. Because I did a, you know when you, like, stick a hairpin or like, a paper clip? So, like, you unplug the power supply, obviously. And you just have the, like, the 24-pin long boy. And you stick a paper clip into pins 4 and 5, and then turn the power supply on, like, while it's plugged into the wall. And if the fan spins up, it means that it's good, the power supply is good, and everything else is fucked. But it didn't spin up. And then I tried the same thing with my old power supply, and it spun up, so I knew that it was, like, you know, a real thing. Hone Badger. Hello, hello. I'm an environment artist, and I want to dive deeper into the technical aspect of shader creation. Watch the 5-minute materials playlist. Where do I go next? Doing. So basically, like, you know, I have a thing I want a shader to do. How do I do it? and then sort of dive into that particular thing. Like as a... Oop, wrong button. Hold on. Let me just... In case I ever press number 5 again. Number 5 on numpad is my thing. $40 multimeters for... Yeah, I was pretty sure we had a multimeter somewhere, because, like, my dad's very handy. But the only thing I could find was a cable tester for, like, audio cables, which, you know, basically just... It's got a bunch of different inputs for, like, literally every audio cable, you know, XLR and MIDI and, you know, 7-pin MIDI and fucking, you know, 5-pin MIDI, whatever. And you switch it and it'll tell you which, you know, if the earth is broken, if the, you know, what's broken. But obviously it doesn't have wire outputs. It's something you plug wires into. But yeah. Didn't learn till car repairs got too pricey. That's true. Luckily, I don't have a car to repair. Well, I do, but I don't use it. Now, Honey Badger, one thing, as an example of, like, you know, a shader problem that I wanted to solve. Oh, what? Oh, my fucking... No, what? No, I don't want to fucking... Why do they have controller for the... Anyway. Just don't... My controller's got some fucking mad drift. Actually, that's another thing that I should repair, because that... It's like a shitty $30, $40 Xbox controller ripoff. But it has mad dead spots. Mad dead spots. Now, why was this... Ah, yeah, true. Also, I really don't want to run... hot. Frame. Cap it. Make sure we're capped. Frame. Where are you? 50. Good. Could go lower, but... yeah, it's fine. Ugh, this power supply's gross as. I can, like, hear... I mean, obviously it's sitting on top of my computer, so it's obviously not helping, but... I can hear, like, through my speakers, like, the power is so fucking dirty. Just need to turn my music up more. I'm a beginner to game animations, confused relating to FPS since my background is for film. Does FPS in my 3DS matter when animating for games, 30 or 60? Which one is better? So, yeah, so basically, think of it like you have 30 or 60 keyframes. So, like, if we go to an animation, like running, we have this fella. This is a 24 frame animation, right? So if we actually go to asset details, we go to interpolation, we go to step. So like this is what it looks like. You know, if I like pan along with it, you can see that, yeah, it's at 24 FPS while my camera's moving at 50 FPS. But inside a game engine, it will be interpolated. So it will just have this set of bone rotations and then this set of bone rotations, and it will just blend between them over, you know, if it's like, if the game's running at 120 FPS, and this is a 30 FPS animation, then there will be like four frames of interpolation between each keyframe. And so when you're animating in, you know, your 3D program of choice, you might only have keyframes at like 0, 4, you know, 8, 12 or something. But when you export it, it will like take every frame and turn that into a keyframe, if that makes sense. How does play location material param collection your tree shader get updated? Is it linked with the blueprint that tells it where the player is at the moment? It's a good question. It gets done somewhere. So yeah, that's all you really need to know. If you want to do it on the player itself or the player controller, that would work. If you've got like another sort of manager, like an occlusion manager, you could do it in there. Yeah, just anywhere basically. Who was that? Sorry, I don't know I wish that Restream would send through notifications like that. Wouldn't that be nice? If we could... Oh. Reuthamus! Thank you very much for the raid. Very, very appreciated. Very, very, very appreciated, in fact. How... Oh, no, not RuneScape. Jesus. I'll wait for them to say hello before I ask all of my questions. There you are. Have you had an amazing stream? Patiently waiting for the plugin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Going on my Gladiator game. Hell yeah. That sounds fun. Mostly art? Yep. I've been there. Alright. Right, long-term to-do list. Publish, well, test, plugin, or... Well, okay. Polish. Plugin. Have plugin tested. Publish. Plugin. Profit. That's plugin stuff. Plugin is finished again. Yeah, it's finished again. What frame rest? I don't know. Rest of the year? Well, no, it's nearly December. I don't know. Couple of months. Well, no time frame. No time frame. Just in this order. Ish. We then have prismatic stuff. which is refactor action system object based. Oh. No, fuck. Next time. There you go. Maybe the next Ice Age. Maybe it's coming sooner than we think. You know? Actually, state tree is just one word, isn't it? Right, we got a list. How the PSU explode? There was just a bit of rain, and rain caused my end of the house to short circuit, and all of the surge protectors did not work. In fact, it might not have been like a surge that killed it. It could have just been the power supply suddenly not receiving power. So it just decided to, you know, to kill itself in Minecraft. Suddenly feel like sharing my short-term by Christmas to-do list, but you probably wouldn't believe me. Is it like 1 million things long? How's that for an acronym, by the way? The plus. Plus. That's called the prismatic. There you go. Is there a funnier? What's something? What can I call the Prismatica action object system? Could be I don't know. It's called Payos. Payos, I guess. It used to be the Prismatica action component system, but now it's going to be the Prismatica action object system. Like Pac-Man, true. Well, actually, no, it needs to be the Prismatica, like, smart action object system, because it's a, which is like, psoriasis, you know? Pseos. Prismatica smart action object management. Psalms. Naming things, yeah, exactly. Well, that'll just be that, but then we do plus, and then we refactor Payos to Pseos. Smart actions with LODs. Worry about plus will do your mental health? Nah, it'll be fun. It'll be heaps of fun. GOPE. But it's not GOPE. It's the Prismatica AI decision making algorithm. I don't fucking know. Prismations is hell yeah. Yeah, I love some PMS. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. Heather, I heard somewhere that the best way to please a streamer is to immediately start modding the collision after following. So does anyone know how to fix collisions in Niagara if particles collide based on the camera view rather than the actual position of objects? So are you using GPU particles? Because actually, you know what? Here's a there's a video that I found on the internet that's really good for here, particle collisions. Hello. So this stuff, just leave it. Who the fuck's that guy? This will be a good starting point. Chuck that there for you. And this covers all of the CPU and GPU particle system thingos. So yeah, a CPU, long story short, is a CPU particle either does line traces, you know, like a normal sort of, basically like how a line trace works, and that's how it determines its collision. And the only other thing you can do for a CPU particle is an analytical plane, where you just have a flat plane that's specified in the particle system. And then GPU particles can either interact with the depth buffer, which is that's sort of what I thought your question was sort of inferring. About, like, you know, camera view. And then the other thing they can do is distance fields, which are, you know, are very pog. Subscribe again with more questions. That's all good. That's all good. If you find the content helpful, the Patreon's the best way to support the stream, because I don't like giving Twitch money, basically. What do you mean object-based action system? So the current action system uses components as their base, but I want it to use objects, because objects are just way cheaper to, like, instantiate and all of that kind of stuff. So the only difference will be that we'll have an action manager object, which will list, or like, which will, you know, have all of the, you know, the linked, what's it called? Linked actions, like, referenced in it. I'd also have to refactor equipment component to be that's funny. The emo. I have to refactor damage slash. Was we handle this with components? So the idea is that we want to be like simulating and approximating off-screen characters and entities, right? Which means that, and so like, as absolute ton usually not a major concern. Well, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were Almarath answering his own question. So yeah, so I want the actions to be able to like happen off screen, without an actor existing for that character or that thing. Because like an actor has like a bigger memory overhead. It's harder to, or not harder, but it's, you know, more expensive to load and destroy. If it's a character, it's got all of its, you know, its character movement component and all that kind of baggage that comes along with it if you're using the default character class. So my idea is to essentially break down a character into just an object, so that we can, you know, let's say we've got like, I don't know, a squad of 10 characters that are at our camp, you know, doing stuff, making stuff, you know, hunting and harvesting and whatever. And we're exploring in this dungeon, and we were told that there's going to be a bandit attack on this town in a few days, or that there's going to be an expedition from, you know, this town to, like, retake something, you know, some world questy sort of stuff that happens whether or not you're there. We can actually simulate that sort of stuff really easily because we have, you know, point of interest / location object, which has all of its inhabitants objects, which have all of their equipment and, you know, whatever stuff in an object. And then obviously, yeah, all of their objects, their inventories and whatever. So then we can actually say, you know, use this weapon to do this action, you know, do light attack or whatever, or just generic attack, and that will damage, you know, the other people and whatnot. And so that means when we come back to one of those things, or we, you know, if we interrupt it, like we go and find that the battle's already taking place, then all of these people already have injuries, they already have, you know, all of their equipment that we gave them last time. You know, like if we flood a town's market with, you know, longbows, then maybe all of the soldiers are using those and stuff. Etc., etc. Which these are just kind of wild examples, but it's sort of what I want to do. And I'll probably do this as a plugin as well. Yeah, lowercase u longbows. Like that. Oh. Like U object. Not U, as in like the type of wood, but you know. I'm gonna be competing with mine, fair warning. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Competition never killed anyone. Well, yeah, exactly. Actually, I was gonna so obviously with my computer beat, you know how I said I was gonna read that Miro board? And then my computer died. I'm gonna do it right now. Well, I'm gonna I probably won't read it on stream. I don't know if you want all of the what's it called? The ideas leaked. Hell yeah. Poggers. Task manager. Hello. Yep. Exit task, all task, primary task, item controller. Yeah. Mm-hmm. True. True. Some Liddy design. Some real design. Oh, his dark mode. Yeah, I don't think Miro has an actual dark mode. I make a dark mode by doing a frame and making it like giga big and making it dark gray. So you're optimizing actors, consider doing the same for dropped items. I already have, in fact. Items are already item objects under the hood. And then the actors are just a container for that thingo, which can do like, you know, actor things, like actually attaching itself to a thing and whatnot. Usually back out with the dynamic constructs from your objects, also clumps nearby actors who aren't physically simulating to a pile instead of separate actors. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's a kind of cool idea. I don't know. I need to do a lot of what's it called? Stuff referencing. Because like there's a lot of hard referencing in items at the moment, but yeah, a lot of it can be soft soft reference, like just all of the textures and all of the blah 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 can be thingoed. Dispatches interface most of the time. Yeah, true. I'm a casty boy. I love a good old cast, you know? But I mean more like for, if I have an object loaded in memory, then its data asset is always loaded in memory. Whereas, like, well, I mean, the data assets are static data, so it's fine, but the things within the data asset would also be loaded, like its mesh and its texture and its, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, like, for, you know, let's say we're doing some off-screen simulation, then we obviously don't need the mesh loaded in memory. If we're like, you know, let's say we're loading an off-screen chunk of stuff and we want to, you know, fast forward it by an hour to like catch up. We obviously don't need to load all of the meshes and stuff. So using a soft ref would be ideal. Alright, cool. Well, let's get started by fixing what I broke last time. Emitter, input grid, interaction bubbles was red before being set. Its default... It is default mode is... Oh no, it's an apostrophe of ownership. What the fuck am I? I'm tripping bowels. Tripping bollocks. So why are you... Stack context, blah, 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 blah. Stack context, sensitive, interaction bubbles. Here we go. Just value. Cock. Suzuka. Alrighty. So this is just our bubbles, which don't need any extra shit. It's just location and radius. It doesn't have a strength value though. Well, no, it doesn't. Does it need one? I don't know. I only imagine this being used for... I don't know. Just some characters, I guess. We're not going to do the height calc. We're just going to check if this works first. So... let's go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Components. Prismatiscape draw component. Now, what functions do you do? Toggle drawing. Doesn't do anything. That's good. This shouldn't need to be done. You know, I'll just fucking... I think... Again, once all of this is like finalized, I might just move it to a subsystem. Just so I don't have to do this for every fucking component, you know? Alright, so a new thing. Child blueprint class called Prismatiscape. Interaction bubble. Component. It has a function called toggle drawing. You are going to say, get the Prismatiscape manager. Where the frick are you? There you are. You're going to have a new variable called, not a new function, a new variable, which is the interaction bubble components, which will be a list of interaction bubble components array. What's the, it's control right click? Yeah. Cool. And we're just going to add you to the main loop. God, I really don't like the noise that this power supply makes through my speakers. That beautiful, crackly 50 hertz hum. Oh, I was also gonna... I'll optimize it later. Harry Reader, hello. One question I have is, how do you go about learning all these new systems things? I've been watching your videos for years, seeing the progression is insane. Very... kind of just like jumping in the deep end is like the analogy. Like, yeah, just use it to do something rather than start with something super basic. Like, just try and brute force something that, you know, meets the specs that I want it to. And then just going back and, or you know, just scrapping it and doing it again with all of the lessons that I learned. Yeah. Should be add unique. Is add unique costlier? It would... no, it's probably... Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. We're not dealing with, like, thousands of things. Not by large margin. Yeah. Yeah, it would just scan through it. And then... If you only have unique items, then a set is usually better than an array. That's... Can you loop? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, because we need to loop through it. All the time. Because I think to loop through a set, it has to convert it to an array first. Although sets are really good for, like, doing, like, comparing different sets. Like, I use it for hovering over items, where, like, you can have... Let's say we can hover over infinite amount of items at once, you know, under our mouse. But then, like, sending a... rather than sending a message to all of those items every frame to say, hey, you should be highlighted, set the material thing, you know, unless you're highlighted, blah, blah, blah. We can just be like, okay, compare this multi-line traces set of objects or items to the previous frames. Which ones are new? Send the highlight items or, you know, interface to them. Which ones aren't there that used to be there? Send the stop highlighting interface to those ones. Because I've seen a lot of jank setups where it's like... And it's like, it's very prone to, like, race conditions. Where, like, they will send through the highlight items interface over and over and over and over, and then the item will like unhighlight itself after using, like, a retrig delay of, like, you know, more than one frame. Which, like, works. But I hate it, because it's using, like, you know, heaps of timers and blah, 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 when it doesn't need to. Generally used for comparison, not iterate. Yeah, exactly. I think, like, even converting an array into a set probably isn't that expensive. Can you just convert? There's probably a function for it, but... Or you just create a set from array. I probably need a set thinger, like variable setup. But yeah. Yeah. Get interaction bubbles. Is that what these are called? Get win capsules, get deform capsules, get interaction boobles. Which is gonna have an output. Interaction bubbles. It's just a 4. Vector 4. It could be in a make set. I think I just have to have a variable. You know, like a local variable that is a set. Well, a Boolean set. Kind of a Boolean set. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Can I have a set of vectors? I can. So get set, make. Well, no, set using array. No, can I wait? Reroute. No, wait, hold on, and then forward. And the exact make constructor is compatible. Can I go to set? Set of sets. I don't know. What the fuck is an instant struct? I don't like that. Anyway, it's possible. I know it's possible. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna bother. So then we have our interaction bubbles, which is a vector 4. Vec 4, vec space 4. Cool. And we are just going to get, and we're going to append U to U. Why do they go? Oh, yeah, no, they go up because it looks nicer. I'll just do that. Cool. So that's all set up. And then just in our ticker, where we set all of the cool stuff and also do the debug shapes. We want to do Niagara, set. What is it again? Set vector for array. Where is it? Oh, it's because, yeah, this is called interaction bubbles. We're going to get the interaction bubbles. We put them in there. And we run U after collection. I should probably... I wonder what's cheaper, sending an... No, we want to send empty arrays into Niagara. That's important. That is important. Because if we had a bunch of stuff and then we decided to hide all of them, and then we were checking is length greater than 0, then it would freeze all of the data in the Niagara thing, and it would just keep drawing it over and over. So we do want to send empty. I mean, we could do a has been 0 for more than 1 frame Boolean, but like, I don't know. Send empty array should cost the same as sending in it. Yeah. Should be fine. I mean, I'd rather it have a fixed cost, you know. Do you hold your equipment info in a map? I do currently, yes. Yeah, a map of equipment slot enum to item object. But I want to kind of rethink how I do equipment. So it's a bit more like how Xanima does it. So like, so you don't necessarily have equipment slots. I mean, for the sake of the material, we would. But like, for example, in Xanima, you can have a full set of plate legs, which covers, you know, your thighs, your calves, and your feet. But then you can't equip just shoes over the top of that. Otherwise, it'll have to unequip that entire set of plate legs. So it'll be more like you have like infinite, or you have n number of equipment slots, but the equipment items themselves cover areas, and you can equip something as long as something else isn't like covering that area, like isn't taking up that area. So it'll likely be split into like a skin layer. So you've got like, you know, leggings, you know, undershirt, like a cap for your head. You know, gloves would be skin layer. Socks would be skin layer, I guess, for feet, if you had, you know, whatever. Then you have your clothing layer, which would be like pants, you know. Like, when I say leggings, I mean like, you know, like tight leggings sort of stuff. And then you have your pants, or like, yeah, your clothing layer, which is, you know, pants / you know, gambeson legs, blah, blah, blah. You'd have your you know, actual shirt or jacket or whatever it is, you know, gambeson, blah, blah, blah. Or, like, male shirt. And then you'd have your outer layer, which is where, like, armor would usually go. Or, like, you know, big coat. Big leather coat. Something like that. But then, yeah, you could, like, sort of, you know. Different maps wouldn't sell this inside map, outside map. You could do it by having each body section, you know, so like thighs, like thigh skin layer or something. Could be its own map entry and blah, 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 you know. So then you'd have multiple map entries referencing the same object that's equipped there. But I think I'd rather just do it like you have a list of equipped items. And when we go to check if we can equip an item, we just run through that list and... there'd be a better way to do it, actually, which would be to have an array of like slots that are in use that gets updated whenever you equip or unequip something, so then you can just check that rather than iterating through all items and checking there. You know, this... Well, no, it would be the same. It would be the exact same length, wouldn't it? Because they're all exclusive. So, yeah, that's how I'd do it. Just check all equipped items, see if the, you know, if this is already... This slot's already taken up and whatnot. But I might also just do it, like, simpler. Like, yeah, just add more equipment slots. Or just keep it how it is, because it's kind of fine, but, you know. The other thing about maps is they're not replicatable. So, like auto-replicatable. So, like, the current way that I replicate the equipment with using the map is that whenever an item gets equipped, we, you know, we update the map, like, locally for everyone. Which works fine. But then it's a challenge to actually, like, load a character. Or, like, you know, let's say, like, the server is... you know, has, like, a bunch of, you know, off-screen actors, and obviously the clients don't need to have any of that loaded. And they've got their own items, their own equipment, blah, blah, blah. And then when the client, you know, when those thingos become relevant to the client, we need to load them in. It's like, well, we can't just send the map. I mean, you could do it manually with a replicate map function that generates, you know, like a function that loops through all of the keys, puts them in the map, loops through all of the entries and puts them against those keys, but that's like just a pain in the dick. So having to array... Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, maps are still very handy for, like a thing I used to do, before Sov told me that you can now make a child class of physical material, was I had, like, a global map, like, data asset. So like, for example, when we have, you know, wall, I don't know, like this, for example. So like this part is stone, this part's wood, this part's metal, but it's all one material. You know, that's using a runtime atlas. So there's no real way to do, you know, different particles for each section of it. So what I had initially done was have a data asset that I would add this, or, you know, add any material to. And then that would map that material to an array of physical materials. Or, well, no, surface data, because it was like my own physical material sort of thing. And then we could tell by, you know, this is number 2, 3, 4, and 5 have these blah blah blah, and we can do a get the UV coordinates of the hit, and you know, depending on where the UV was in the X direction, we can reference that to this material, and then get the proper, you know, hit data. But that became like a little bit unwieldy, but using a map for it was good because, yeah, we can just get the material, see if it's in the map, and get the responding thing. If it isn't in the map, then, you know, just use its default physical material. And, like, you know, maps are fast for that. But what I ended up doing was we have physical materials now, and then we have PrisFizz mat. PrisFizz mat? Where are they? Here we go. PrisFizz. PrisFizz, do we have any, like, compound ones? Let me just go to here. Anyway, so, like, the PrisFizz has obviously all of its physical material stuff, so, like, default physical material things like friction and blah, 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 restitution, density, all of that other shit, you know, sleep stuff, raise mass to power, surface type, whatever. Strength, whatever that is. Tensor, I guess that's for chaos stuff. But then on top of that, we add what are its sound effects, you know, when it's sliding or something's sliding on it, what's the sound effect, what's the surface hardness for, like, gameplay reasons, volume multipliers, hardness multiplier, impact particles, is it a sparking surface, what are its impact sparks look like if it needs them, blah, blah, blah. It's got damage outputs, whatever, whatever. But then the smart thing I did was this entry here, which is the submaterial array. So we can just get a physical material, or a PrisFizz material, which I don't think I have any set up as an example, but essentially when we query, you know, what's the impact sound, what's the you know, the damage and the blah, 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 the first thing we do is check if the submaterial array length is greater than 0. If it isn't, just, you know, get the data from here. But if it is, we do our UV check, compare it to the array, and then usually it would, yeah, it just has whatever materials, you know, are supposed to be in it. And usually, like, in a compound material, all of these are just empty. Except for, like, these values still need to be set up as sort of like a general, you know, I guess, like, the average friction and the average restitution, just because the physics engine can't do this kind of shit. But for all our effects and gameplay stuff, yeah, we can just use, like, a sub-array. So I thought that was pretty smart. Rather than using, like... Because the thing with the map was that the map would have just ballooned and ballooned as the game kept developing. And be like, you know, if I ever wanted to change the values of one material, I have to look through that map to find it, and it would just be a fucking nightmare. So, yeah. Radius, a set of vectors? No, a float. Thank you, and just one. Float. Radius. Get location. Make arrayo. Split. Split. Schwam. 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 Let's just set that to like 15 by default. Maybe more than that. Maybe 25. So this is where you build a gun, uses 4 different arrays, where 1 is the slots, 2 is the data asset for that slot, 3 is the static mesh component ref, and 4 is the offset for that mesh. Then use the index of the slot to get what part I need. Oh, that could still be. Yeah. So just parallel arrays. Parallel arrays. I feel no. Wait, no. I need to go back this way. Then move you back. You this way. There we go. That's the one thing I love about stream, or one of the things I love about streaming. So I'm sorry, I keep picking my nose. I've got like just like a dry nostril. I'm just itching it. I'm just itching my nose. Anyway, one of the things I love about streaming is hearing everyone's different ways of solving similar problems. It's like good perspective, you know? It's good perspex. All right, so if we have our fella, and now we go into Blueprint Editor, we give you a bubble component. Hello, Prismatic Escape Interaction Bubble component. Which is just going to be the default one. The default one just gets the actor location and sends that in. If we now go to our this one, Noga Grid Drawer, let's just send it into the Draw Interaction Bubbles. This is in the input fella, interaction bubbles, blah blah blah. Deform setup, add deform input to deform sim. Let's just get your input grid sample. You know, I'll do it a separate thing. Input grid, bam, unit, bam. This is called interaction bubbles. Oh, that's sample to D value. We're just going to do that into the XY. Because why not? Get it. 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 Cool. So that might work. I guess we'll find out, eh? I guess we'll find out, innit? Have I made a mistake? Maybe. Getting nothing in the R and the G. In the RNG. Oops, wrong thing. Yeah. Alright, so what... Okay, well, I probably haven't... Yeah, I'm dumb as fuck. This is a... That should be stat context. This should be stat context. Bubble location and radius should be a... should be called... Actually, no, that doesn't need to be named anything. That just needs to have a user exposed variable. Holy fucking shit, look at all the stuff that we have. We need the one called... Make new array vector 4. What's it called again? Interaction bubbles. And you are that. Sweet. So now you should be getting the thing, doing the stuff, calculating the stuff. Easy mode. Okay, well, it is doing something. I'll give it that much. I didn't give it a radius because I'm dumb as fuck. No. This should be getting cleared every time. Because we're going to do this to the deform thing. So this should actually just be a one-off. And then we draw that to the thing with the stuff. Probably. Possibly. Ow! Alright, what are you doing? Pixel location, world space, get it. Thing. Location XY, U minus U. Get the length, do the thing, radius, blah blah blah. This should be No, that has to be positive. So this is like interaction bubble input. Let's not... I'm guessing this is what's causing it to frick itself. So let's just do this for now. And that is definitely a vector 2, yeah. Okay, why is it so fucking big though? It's big because we're getting the length divided by the thing, but we need to 1 minus that. Yeah, so sat and 1 minus. I can see it. Can you guys see it? There it is. So that's 15 radii. Default is going to be 50. Yeah, so this is this is always omnidirectional for literally this, right? For like, we want things to, you know, okay, maybe it'll have a trail. It'll have a very short trail. This won't be used for the grass. It's for medium-sized foliages. Foliagi. Folii. Folate. Like that. Yeah, and so this will go in the B and A channels of the deform buffer. And I'll move the footprints to a different one entirely. Because that needs to be like higher resolution. Whereas all of the deform stuff can be like super low res, which will save a bunch of juice. A bunch of jus. So, what we be do. What we be do. DD mega doo. Does anyone know that meme? Does anyone know that?
To say their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, DD Megadoodoo. I'm sorry, Mangudu.
So good. DD Megadoodoo. With a Chinese name. I know there was a real good one with pretty sure it was Australian presenters. It was an Indian name. Dixit. It was the last name was Dixit, but it was spelled Dikshit. And they were hold on, let's just get it out. No, it was New Zealand. New Zealand. I can't find the video. Yeah. Oh, classic. See, these are like boomer memes now. Like millennial memes are now boomer memes. Something Wong, yeah, classics. Classics. So this bit here, How do? I guess we still sample it as a transfer energy from being blah 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 blah. That's all fine. It's the form input multiplied by delta multiplied by this thing. Da, 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 da. Wait, how does that function then? If that's a... Oh, no, and then add it. Huh? Oh, that's coming from here, deform pixel, the current one. Gotcha. I'm gonna hate this refactor by week's end. Yeah, it always starts off as like, oh, I can't wait to refactor this thing. But then, well, oh fuck. Yep. So actually this bit here, deform input, we actually just want to do this. Yeet. Spaghetti. To blah blah blah. So then this is the current deform pixel, which we then just want to get the this from. Actually, I want to pass this over top. It's like the Mega Doo-Doo video. It's a classic. It's a yeah. So this is now a vector 2. Break 2. I don't want to make, I want to break. There you go. Bam, 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 bam. Well, actually, this can just be clamped as a 2vec. Min. Max. Break. Beak. Bam. Bam, bam. So then we're just getting the interaction bubble input. Doing... Not this. That's the old... footprint. So then for the bubbles, we wanted to get this. Which need to get... Maybe I'll do this above the line. Yeah, that's better. Easy. So this is current bubbles. This is... So that's a 2 vector. So 2 vector lang. And then get the 2 vector from this fella. Length of U, so that should be like that. Probably. And then that multiplied by that, and then add that to that. And then you are this. Dunzo. So, if we look at our stuff, we should be seeing something in the B channel. Yeah, I can see it. Let's do a debug on the sand. Why not? Just real quick. Put a safety pin in it. We get, sample UV, prismatoscope, sample UVs. Collection. Deform. No. Prismatoscope. Deform. Location. Bam. Size. 1. Oh no, it's simulation size. Dumbass. Cool. World position is world position. Now get texture. Bam. Get the deform. Deform RT. This one. We're going to get the B and A and append them so that now it thinks it's an R and G. And we're going to add, we're going to div, we're going to yeet. Cool. So now we should see our bubble. Hey, nice. And it doesn't override if it is, if it's thingo, you know? Shouldn't some of it be red, though? What have I done wrong here? Is that what a vector field looks like? I don't think so. So like that's all our normal stuff, and then BA. Well, we can't tell because fucking. There's our B. Wait, but we're not getting anything in A. Oh, I know why. Classical, gassical. When we have the deformed foliage recovery, blah blah blah. What's that doing again? That's a linear sum. Oh no, but we scrapped that and just went multiplicative. No, fuck it. We'll do the same. But for this... You know, yeah, I said fuck that. So. Delta time... Why does that exist? Delta time times multiplier. But then this multiply. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, sorry, I'm just dumb as fuck. We want a different one. How can I... Okay, well, let's just multiply this by a multiply by a vector 4. 1, 1, 5, 5. And that's what we'll put in there. And then don't do that, and don't do that, and don't do that. Just do deform pixel, DD mega doo-doo, that. So that's all still doing its thing. Then we have our bubbles, wherever you may... Oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ. One... So, hold on. Delta time times thingo. One might... Oh, yeah. I'm dumb as fuck. Hold on. Wait, no, it should be... Wait, hold on. Delta time... Foliage fade multiplier. So delta time is a small number. Multiplier is 1. So then we're inverting that to then multiply this by that. So the bigger this number is, as long as that doesn't exceed, you know what, we'll fucking clamp it anyway. Except it's not a float. It's a... Well... Does it? It does expect... Okay, we'll just fucking clamp it. Oh, do I have to... No, fuck off. Yeah. I shouldn't need that, but... Yeah, no, fuck it. You know what? It's someone else's problem if that happens. Real HDR, that's right. Yeah, I was multiplying it after the fade out. So we've got this stuff. It fades out very slowly, which is fine. That's intended. Then this stuff should fade out #faster. Well, yeah, you can tell because we're overriding it easily. Go faster, faster. 10 times faster. It's a weird way of doing the fade out because it's technically not frame rate independent, but it's an approximation, so it's good enough. As they say, it is good enough. Okay, so. Where is our Alpha Chanel being fuckized? Add deform input to deform sim, blah, 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 blah. It all goes into there. It's all good. Where's the... Hello? Where did I put the overview? No, fuck off. Window. Where's the... How do I... I've lost it. How do I get back? System overview, there it is. Yo, how's it going? Or should I say, yo, what's up? Also, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. The form blur peaks, blah, 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 the form foliage recovery, which now... Thingos. Also, why is that such a low number? Holy McMolly. Holiest McMollius. Blah, blah, blah. Generate deformed normals uses the... That's for footprint normal, so that at the moment doesn't have to be done. So we're going to ignore that. Draw deform, takes the pixel value, puts it into, yeah, RGBA. So where, is it in here? Form pixel, there you go. This should just, well, not get done at the moment because we are going to do that in a separate thing. So we just yeet that. Now we should have our Victor fields. They should look normal. That doesn't look... No, that is correct, yeah. Wait, why are they... Oh, right, because we're overriding it as we go. Yeah, that makes sense, So that is correct. Is it fading out quick enough? Yeah, it is, Okay, so if we were to, for example, we've got these sapling things, and at the moment they're getting trampled by our feet, which is like, you know, that's a whole thing. Doesn't look... I mean, for these, it kind of makes sense, but for something bigger, it's not ideal. But if we... Let's also just yeet this back to Norman. Sample that. So if we go to these... Well, no, I had these reads set up. Well, I didn't actually have them set up, but I will have them set up. Read. Foliage. Read. Bam. Paint. Reads. More of them? Density. Cool. Also, why do they have the same sway? I mean, I haven't, you know, fuck it, whatever. Let's go to example meshes. Sorry, example materials. We go to the well, we've got the giant reeds here, which has the colors and shit on it. This needs to be the new textures. Read. This needs to be that one. Oh, right, because the tree sway has a thing with the stuff and the blah, blah, blah. And the pokey and the mon and the... That's the old system. That can just die. You know what? Literally all of this can just DIY. And just keep that. So that's just all of the color shit, which is fine. Although we don't want them to be colored, we want them to be grey. So these don't even have that. This is called the Prismatiscape example reads. Meshes. Prismatiscape. Reads, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna read. Cool. Alright, now we just say you are grey. It can be a darker grey, I guess. The trunk is gonna be a even darker grey. Cool. The tops can be white. Whito. Right, flower. Ah, right. You can just go into there as well. Cool. I found another function that you made that works perfectly. You can't understand why it works. Occasionally. Wait, why is that going to the... Ah, right, because I did a cool little thing, and now I remember why. Yeah, they were separate. So we had a dead color, which was the base. No? I'm so confused. Oh, wait, no, I didn't recompile, did I? Yeah, there we go. They should be the other way around, but whatever. So they are white. Or at least whiter. And this bit is the thing, which is whatever. Anyway, the whole thing, the whole thingamajig is we want to get this. Fuck, where did it go? Don't tell me I cut it from the other material. Did I cut it or did I copy it? I cut it. Fuck me dead. Well, okay, no, well, no, anyway, now that I've committed to sample deform, this is going to be output deform bubble vector BA square bracket -1, comma 1 square bracket. And this is going to be BA. And that doesn't need to exist. That can just fuck off. Just fuck off. And then the normals are going to be in a different render target entirely, which will be the... I don't know whether it will be the footprint render target, or like maybe I'll just bunch that in with like the paint, or like the surface. Actually, it'll be called the surface. Sample surface fucking something, I don't know. Sample my ass. If we just get this yeeted into the bus color row, and we add, and then we div, and then we smack it in there. So these should be, yeah, they're changing color based on our little interaction bubble. Wow, wow. Cool. So then what we need to do is go to the example material, example fucking sapling, blah, blah, blah. Hello. We're going to get all of you, and you, and you, and you. Oops, fuck. You. This. Basically just the entire fucking thing. Also, what's that doing? That's debug colors, right? Shit off. Do I have a jiggle function? No. Classic. Do we even need the jiggle? Well, yeah, for the wind. Yeah. We got pivot point. Sample wind, sample water. I could actually. Yeah, that's fine. Sample deform. We're going to use this one. This does our bending, our bendage. I should functionalize this into the foliage bender. This is the default foliage wind shit. Tree sway wind stuff. This gets... there you go. Sample wind plus water? Get length? Or was it... I'm confused. I should definitely function all this shit. Sample wind... It was length, wasn't it? Length of wind only. Or maybe it was combination of wind. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah. Into there. That would get multiplied by this. This would get... No, these would get added. The ones that depend on the height of the thing. So not that. But this... does... Nope. Nope. Fuck's sake, that should be a multiple. This and that multiplied by this, then add that, then add that. Yeet it into here. And then the debug color. Just fucking go into the here. Is that a... That's a 3, so we'll just append. The leaf and the trunk can just be the same fucking color, who cares? Rosie, what's the PSU situation? So my PSU exploded from just a storm. And this is my current setup. While I wait for my actual replacement, I just had to harvest one from an old computer. So I have to be pretty careful about how hard I push the, the computer. But yeah, I think I'm going to invest in a... probably like a dedicated surge protector. Rather than just some surge protector power boards. Which should do the job, but I don't know. But also a, forget what it was called, but it's like a sort of temporary battery charge thing, you know? So that, like, I can always, like, even if the power goes out, which it does quite often. Yeah, it was running during the storm. It wasn't even a storm, it was literally, like, some medium heavy rain. And there was obviously, like, a leak in the roof or just a short circuit in my end of the house. Because, like, we have separate switches for different sections of the house. And... yeah. So, like, the power just went out in my area. And then, yeah. Computer wouldn't turn back on. Well, actually, like, I pressed the on button, and it would start for, like, a half second. Like, some of the lights would come on. But it would instantly shut off. So that's my story. UPS, that's right, that's right. Let's see, 410 watts, no. I guess I'd need one for my auxiliary shit as well, if the power went out. So just well, no, I guess as long as monitor and PC, monitor number 1, then I can save and, you know, whatever. Price, low to high. Hell yeah. 360 watt? Probably not. Yeah, it seems like it'll be between 1 to $200, which is nothing. If it saves me if it saves me buying another power supply, then it's already paid itself off, so. I have a little anti-surge power strip, don't know that. Yeah, I've got 2 of them. Daisy chained together. No, I don't daisy chain power boards, but yeah, like all of my power boards are like little surge protector fuse ones. And like back when I did music, I actually did blow one of the surge protector boards and like it worked. Like, you know, the fuse popped and it was all good. So I know that they do work, but obviously didn't this time. And like my circuit breaker flipped. Surge protector didn't explode. So it might have just been that the PSU power supply unit just shit itself after, you know, 4 to 5 years of constant abuse by my absolute bullshit that I do. Oh, okay, that's the wind. So the wind works. Fantastic. But the bendage, does the bendage work? I cannot tell because I'm too dumb. Yeah, it does. It does. It's very extreme, though. I think it needs to be bigger. It also doesn't, maybe it should be non-linear. Like... Like, it's doing what I told it to do, but... Yeah, that's true, that's true. I don't know. I don't know. We live and we learn. And then we die. Oops. Okay, with a really fast fade. No, it's still. Okay. I think I'd need to do it in the shader itself, so that it doesn't just like bam hit its limit. You know. So it has a soft limit. I think the banding's too far. Yeah. Good thing it doesn't hurt hard drives. No, they're all fine. They're all fine. I don't even use any hard drives, actually. They're all solid state. Get it? Get it? There's no joke in there, by the way. Bending factor the shaders wherever you make the ends of planes droop down via vertex pen or something. Yeah, I get like bend away from. Yeah, I mean, like I could do. I could do that. Like I could multiply it by the height, but I intentionally didn't do that because it can kind of. It's not really how plants work, you know. Like, but I get what you mean, so that it bends like under its own weight almost. I don't know. I'll do this properly at some point, but I can't be bothered right now. I also just want the wind, blah, 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 to be a lot more chill. And less vertex color, time distortion. But what I want to figure out is when I do deform bubble vector length, blah, 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 blah. I want to do length, saturate, power, square, or something. Well, no. I want it to... That'll be like less and then it will ramp up. So no, I want it to be an inverse square. How the fuck do I... So yeah, just 1 minus. Power, 1 minus. So this way I can keep the... I'll change the max angle actually, yeah. But we'll just see how it goes. So now it should go fast, but then slow down towards the end. Yeah. Fast, but slow down. Yeah. So now, yeah, just change the angle to 0.69. Nice. Now it's like too fast, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the bubble just needs to be bigger, honestly. Interaction bubble component. Radius. Not 50, 100 units. See how that goes. It's very big now. But anyway, we get the point, right? The point is that this is different to the you know, this stuff. The directional deform. Which is for like ground foliage, small foliage, and then this one is for big boys. So this would work for like bushes as well, if you wanted bushes to kind of squish inwards. This kind of thing's always going to be a problem. It's not really avoidable unless I scaled it. Well, no, I don't want to scale it by velocity, because this should be, like, regardless of whether you're moving or not, it should stay static, like this. Whoa. Look at him dance. So actually, with that, like that now, what I can... Let's do a... play. Stat GPU. Niagara GPU simulation 0.6, 0.7. If we go to the manager, we go to the deform resolution. We take U down to whatever that is divided by 4, 128, which I think is the same as the wind. Wind resolution, yeah, very low res. Stat none. Just see how it looks first. Like, yeah, that looks exactly how it used to. It might be different for the grass. Maybe the grass will kind of look too quantized. Honestly, I can't tell a fucking difference. The grass looks literally the same. Let's just double check if... Yeah, that's definitely 128 pixels. Yeah, so we can like quarter the resolution of this, which would be 8 times more performant. No, 16 times more performant. No. Yeah. One of those. Well, 16 times less detail. Well, no, 4 times less detail, but 16 times more performant because of the way that like a texture is like. Do you know what I mean? And what does our stat GPU say about it? No, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck happened? Oh, wait, we're running both. No? What? Hello? Oh, I had the leaves in view. So now see GPU simulation. Yeah, like below. Well, actually, wait. Let me just delete these first. I don't know if they're operating in the background or not. Can I don't want to delete them, but whatever. Mirror GPU simulation 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.4. Why does it keep changing? It's probably just inaccurate because I've got my frame rate capped, but... Wait, why are we jumping up to 1 millisecond now? It's like there's a leak or something. It's just getting more and more expensive. Question mark? Yeah, I think it's just my computer not getting enough power. Anyway, I think this looks good. Relatively good. Because, yeah. So this is for medium-sized foliage with a short duration. That's what this is for. Like, for literally this. How those leaves work? They are a thing. Hold on. Particle system. And we just sample the render targets in the leaves. And then use that to just add velocity to the leaves. And that's it. Leaf blowing simulator. Rest in peace, bitrate. Cool. So yeah, now all I have to do is just figure out how I'm going to do the footsteps again for the second time. Making about equal frolicking? Yeah, literally. You're not wrong. Yeah, I definitely think this interaction bubble is a winner. Like, it was definitely needed. As like a more general interaction kind of thing. For sure. So let me just disable the cell shader for a sec. But yeah, then like the nice thing about this entire system is like none of the stuff needs logic. You know? Alright, let me just do the reads less. So like this big patch of shit. Once I get out of foliage mode. Right, so like this whole scene here is like regardless of how much wind there is and whatever, it's the same cost. You know? Like there's no cost increase of like per foliage thing that is moving and whatnot. It's like, yeah, it's order one. Oh, they're affecting distance fields. Why are they? No, they're not. Oh, it's because they're... Why are they that dark? Oops, I only want these and that to do dynamic. Oh, it's dynamic shadow there. Yeah, and then on top of that, we can do like, oh yeah, it's like a flooded swamp. It's a flooded swamp with ground fog over the top of it. Oh, sorry, like mist over the top. And like again, there's no additional cost. With leaves. And it's got the leaves. Although these don't stick to the roof of the... What's any other effects that we have? Oh, the puddles. That's not really relevant. So yeah, like all of that together, like the upfront rendering cost is, you know, whatever, but like beyond that, it's like, yeah, it's all, it's very noisy, but that's not my problem. Also, these go a bit crazy with the water. I need to adjust their water ripple strength. Alright, I'm just killing the bit right now. Yeah, I think it's neat. I think it's neato. Did I get rid of the leaves? I think I did. Yeah, I can't see them. Yeah. Breezoft has used my Prime channel. Awesome work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm pretty stoked with all this. I think it turned out really nice. Hope you guys are all excited to dick around with it. I need to just lower the jiggle rate. Interaction jiggle speed. Less. So then the time distortion will be less obvious, and then the height distortion will also be less obvious. That's better. Running on a hamster wheel to power your PC now? Just about, yeah. Like, no joke. It's, do I still have it up? Yeah, so there's the hamster wheel. Up there. And then that's the PC. It looks fine, yeah, no. I mean, it works. Although I'm getting like some buzzing through my speakers. Because it's... Yeah. What can you do? Nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. So now the question is... Like, I could literally have the input be lower resolution, which saves a bunch of juice. Snap GPU. Simulation 0.2 milliseconds now. Till it... Yeah, 0.2. And that isn't going to change any of the... It's only the footprint that is, like, the expensive part. Like, if we didn't have to do footprints in the sand and stuff, this whole thing could be, like, extremely cheap. It's only the footprints that are the issue. Trying to think how that could be simplified. Because yeah, because if the interaction bubble, which is this, also why is that always like so black? And like the underside of the leaves is... Oh, it's probably the normals and shit. Oh, because we're not adjusting the normals. when we bend them. Which is something that if I was doing a function, I'd have to do a normals input. Because that's the thing with WPO. Like, yeah, like the bottoms of these leaves, even if I WPO them, they're still going to be black. So, yeah. Yeah, with some subsurface, it's not too bad, but it's an interesting one, that's for certain. I could literally just put 1 in subsurface. Although that'll just brighten it all up, won't it? Yeah, it looks shit. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, the footprints. How would the footprints get done? Because, yeah, then I don't even need separate thingos. And again, this can use a low-resolution input to generate a high-resolution simulation. But the footprints need a high-resolution input for a high-resolution render target / simulation if we wanted to do sand falling down stuff. I mean, the obvious sort of middle ground would be using decals, but then we can't do like the really long-term, you know, fuckery of the ground. Should probably give these, like, colour. At some point, maybe. Shoo. Whew. Here, running in the grass by those custom-made thing. You have one boot. It's just a mesh. Nothing fancy. What's the mode? It's just triangles. Actually, it doesn't have LODs at the moment, which is something that I want to add. This is just solves grass. But yeah, nothing fancy. Like it's just geometry grass. Numlods 4. I forget how to do LODs. Nuts. Ah, custom. Is that expensive though? Not really. Yeah, it uses instancing. But yeah, like rendering, I mean, if you think about it, right? If you were doing card-based grass, that's more expensive on like a pixel shader level, right? Because you're sampling a texture. And you've got more pixels on your screen than you have verts on your screen, you know, usually. How do I... What's the fucking... How do I do LODs again? LOD, auto, blah, blah, blah. Apply changes? No. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, yeah. LOD 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I can just go through and... LOD's nuts. LOD 0, LOD 1. Looks good. LOD 2. LOD 3. Legit. So this is LOD 0, LOD 1, LOD 2, LOD 3. Cool. Yeah, it worked pretty good. The only thing about the input resolution is that the water, you can see it kind of quantizing in a weird way. But you probably wouldn't notice. Yeah, so that's our grass sorted. Ish. Love some unlit mode. Unlit is like one of the most lit modes, you know? Know what I'm saying? yeah, you can see here the problem with the really low resolution. So obviously we could up it so that we don't get the... I mean, it would only have to be the input that has to be higher res. So you can see like the sort of, I don't know, flashiness of it as it snaps across pixels. I mean, it's only noticeable with the what's it called? The water. With everything else, because it, you know, it blurs over time, it looks fine. Mostly. So I forgot to put this column back down. How low is it right now? What do you mean low? Oh, the resolution? 128 pixels. For... 128 pixels for 4,096 world space units. So it's about... 1 pixel per 40 centimeters. Which is very low res. But again, for the wind, it doesn't really matter. To some degree. For the bubble, it doesn't matter, because the bubbles are usually, like, big enough. So, like, the bubble is what these are hitting against, which looks fine. And then for the grass or the small foliage deform, it also looks fine. It's just like, yeah, you can see in the water how it kind of like... kind of jiggles. I felt... Yeah, well, yeah, 512 is not too bad. I mean, like, I could just... again, I don't know. I could. Because this foliage stuff could stay low resolution. Can my only water render target bigger? Yeah. So the water runs at 512 pixels. But the input is still at 128. So we have like one input render target. But then it's drawing to the higher resolution render target. And that's why we get the kind of bumpiness as we're going through it. Yeah. But I'm thinking because the deform stuff doesn't... I don't know. I might need to rethink how I structure it. It also depends on how I want to go with the footprints. Because like I've deleted the footprints for now. Because I'm putting the bubble in the same render target as the, you know, as the trample mask, whatever it is. Because, you know, it makes sense. Like, foliage will likely sample both of them. Like a combination of the two. So that, you know, we can have, like, if you step on them, they go in the direction, but then we also just have this short-term bubble. But yeah, the footprints. I'm just thinking, how can we save performance for the footprints? Because the thing we want to keep the lowest resolution is like the input grid. Because that's where we do the most, or that's where like all of the scaling comes from. So like as we add more shapes to draw per frame, that grid in particular gets more and more expensive. The rest of them stay the exact same cost because they're just drawing the input to their simulation grid. So like, you know, the wind takes the exact same amount of time to compute whether or not there's, you know, 100,000 inputs or just one input. And then same with the water ripples, you know, it's fixed cost. So keeping the input really low resolution means that, you know, as we add heaps and heaps of characters, like if I get another fella. Does he follow? I can't remember. Oh, he probably won't even recognize me because I'm not a Prismatica character. Are they all gonna turn on me? No, they don't even know I'm here. But anyway, we're drawing like heaps of shapes, like over 100 shapes, and the bubbles and blah blah blah. Although the why is it only drawing one of them? Oh, we're not. That would be why the fucking Niagara just kept getting more and more expensive, because we're not flushing that array each frame. So the bubble location array was growing at 1 entry per frame, which means that the interaction bubble buffer thing was just getting more and more expensive. So that makes sense why the... You know how I said, oh, there must be like a leak or something, like a memory leak or some shit? I figured it out now. I'm surprised we were still getting like 0.2 milliseconds. This goes to show how giga performant this can be. All right, where's our array flusher? Flush all arrays. Hello. Clear. Let's do these in their actual thingers. That's right, 0.2 milliseconds. I'm confident it can get cheaper as well. By, well, obviously doing all this in C++, like all of the iterators. But also the way that it gets sent to Niagara is weird. I mean, it's not weird. I guess there's no other way to do it, really, than to set the variables, but... Breakdown, sped a buttload of cache on plugins, but it's on stuff I can't build myself nearly as well. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid way to use plugins, is like, if it's something that is beyond comprehension, Like the Smooth Sync plugin, you know? It's just doing black magic and, you know. What's the approximate amount of data sent to Niagara as 100,000 array elements? Let me calculate. So, for like a character that has ragdolled, so like, the other thing is that you can scale it, like, you know, in terms of like trampling the grass and doing the footprints and the water interaction, you could just draw the feet of the character. So that's like 2 per character. So 2 plus, well, 2 times 4. So that would just be 8 array entries. So there's, for the deform stuff, there's 4 arrays. There's the start location and radius, end location and radius, start velocity and strength, end velocity and strength. And that's because we draw capsules, not spheres. And then, yeah, so there's four vectors per shape. 4 vectors per shape. Yeah. So like a ragdolled character has like 12-ish. Well, I think it's 10 actually, because we simplify the torso. You can see here that the torso just from pelvis to thingo is just one big boy. Which is great. Why is this? That's something I'll have to figure out. Let me just yeet these fellas real quick. So yeah, it could be like 1,000. I wanna account for at least 100 shapes drawing at any given time, and for it to be performant. I wonder why the bubble was not thingoing. I mean, it's working here, obviously. Stat. GPU. Niagara GPU 0.24 milliseconds. Blah, blah, blah. If we go to... quite scalable. Yeah, well, yeah, again, like the lower resolution the input, the better it scales. So if I go to draw deform capsules, which is like the most expensive part, although this is also doing the blue channel as well, which may or may not get done in here. But yeah, if we just say iteration count 1,000, so this would be 1,000 shapes. Then we can actually see what the scaling cost is. So now, bad things are happening. We've got GPU simulation 0.62, 0.7, which isn't, you know, that's still very within budget. So what was it? What was it again? 0.6, 0.7. But then if we up the resolution, so we go to input resolution, let's say 512 is what was needed to make the footprints look not trash. So at 512 with 1,000 shapes, we're at 6 milliseconds. 6.5 milliseconds. Mm. So I'm just thinking, like, what's the best way to do... Well, actually, no. The input stuff, I think I could get it as low as... sorry, not 256, but doing, like, a temporal jitter. So, like, we have the kind of low resolution, you know, if we just pretend that they're like hard pixelated, whatever. So we have this low resolution input, but we then jitter it by like a sub-pixel amount each frame, like the input of it. So it ends up drawing, and because we're drawing it to a higher resolution render target, we can kind of fake the extra details. Which works to some degree. It obviously doesn't work perfectly, but so now our cost is 2.6 with 1,000 shapes at, you know, whatever that scale was, 256. But then if we go down again to 128, it's like fucking dirt cheap. 0.6. And it looks perfectly fine. But we're not doing the footprints. Because, again, so the footprints are like the expensive part, you know? That's sort of what I want to try and figure out. Is like how does one print feet? You know? I mean, it's almost like doing decal, like, you know, constantly printing decals would probably be cheaper. Like Genshin Impact style. But then they... I don't know. Fuck. What does Genshin do? I'm pretty sure they just use decals from, like, points on the character. And then do a line trace. To, like, choose whether to print it or not. Because in Genshin, it has three-dimensionality. So, like, if there's, like, a rock with sand on it, and then sand underneath it, you can interact separately with the sand on each layer. But, you know. Looking to put your game to mobile, how performant it is? Well, I just want it to be extremely transparent. And like performant. And like really nicely scalable. I mean, obviously, I'm not expecting people to be printing 1,000 shapes at any given time. But, like, I run a 2080 Super GPU. So, like, you know, 0.2 milliseconds for me might be an entire millisecond for someone else. On a broke boy's GPU. Damn, just get a better GPU, you know. I was just about, what are you stuck on footprints? Yeah, so in order to make it like giga scalable, everything can run at 128 pixels and still look good, right? Or we could run everything at 256 pixels and increase the interaction distance to 80 meters, you know, and it would still run pretty well. Or like it would still run extremely well. The problem is with the footprints. We need a more high resolution. Fuck, I wonder if I could use like... I wonder if I could take the low resolution input, which is 128, 128, or maybe 256, 256 if we want high quality, and then run it through... How expensive is a sine distance field function? I don't know. Is a memory footprint of textures that concerns you, or do you math based on distance field? Yeah, no, yeah. I wasn't sure. I knew, yeah, I wasn't sure if you misunderstood, but no, that was funny. That was funny. But yeah, no, yeah, I was thinking. Because like that's what drawing the capsules is. I'm literally doing like a... I mean, it's not like a sine distance field. We're creating a distance field, which is the thingo, but... Two levels can make a footprint be stupid fast. I mean, yeah, that's what we... That's what we draw. So we draw capsules using math. But we have to draw it, like, you know, per pixel. Like, we have to go through every pixel in the grid and be like, okay, if this was the shape that we're drawing, what color would you be? And it will do the whole calculation, and then it'll say, okay, I'm going to be black, and then this one's going to be black, and all of them will be black, except for these few here, which know what, you know, what direction from the center they are. Like, you know, they have a vector field, they have, like, the fall off and the whatever. We do like a like sort of sign for the like you know, so there's like bumps around it, and then it digs in there for the footprints. But yeah, so we want to do that as low resolution as possible, but then have a higher resolution render target that it can draw to. I'm formulating. At the moment, I'm doing... So, like, we iterate over the capsules in only one pass to do both the footprint and the foliage deform stuff, like the trample stuff. And also the water stuff. I could do the foliage stuff in a separate pass, because it's at a lower resolution. Then we still have the problem of... Yeah, well... Because we've essentially added a new feature. Like, I've added something new, and I'm expecting it to end up cheaper, which isn't how it works. Yeah, I think having a global input resolution isn't the way to go, and each sort of, you know, interaction type should have its own input, kind of, sort of, kind of. Make separate input for detailed stuff, or it's not going to be cheaper. So it would, so for the detail, because like the thing is that the foliage deform, the water stuff, and the footprints all come from the same shapes. Like, you know, we draw the feet of the character, and those positions get used for, you know, 3 different things. Everything except the wind, basically. And the interaction bubble. And so initially I was doing it like, okay, well, we just use vector 4s to, like, you know, multiply the radius by 10, 10, 5, 1 in, like, a vector 4. And so even if we were drawing at 512 pixels, like, we had to do that for the foliage stuff as well as the detailed stuff. So now I can do the more detailed stuff in its own thing and potentially only do what, like, just use a float rather than a vector 4, which should save on the cost, and then do separately with a separate iteration, really low resolution for the foliage, you know, RG channel stuff. So yeah, no, so we might actually end up saving juice. Because we've decoupled the footprints from the foliage trampling stuff. And the footprints... The footprint's input was 256, and its render target was 512. But that meant that so was the foliage's. But now the foliage can just be 128. Just like flat. Just 128. It's all good. It looks good. It is good. Whatever. So then we've got the footprints one, which can also draw to the water one, or the water one can sample from it. Because we were obviously getting that weird kind of, you know, whooping in the water. You know, it was like whoop, 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 whoop. That looks funny on camera when I do this. Looks like it's animated at a different frame rate. Tripping bowels right now. I'm not actually, but you know. Bro is not beating the autism allegations. Hey, I'm the one that said it, not you guys. Well, actually, my my psychologist did. I didn't say shit. I just had 10 mental health sessions and... Anyway. Everyone should talk to a psychologist. At some point. Especially if you live in a developed country that has healthcare. If you live in a real country that has free mental health consultation, you know? Like Australia. We don't have internet, but we do have free healthcare. So basically everywhere but America. How the PSU explode? It was raining. There was a light rain. And my house just short-circuited. And then my PSU died. So I'm running a kind of a setup like this. With an old PSU from my old computer. Yeah. Does a random target only care about footsteps, or does it also care about character momentum overall? It cares about the shapes, like, all the time. Because we do some stuff like, if the shape is moving this way, we only draw, like, the build-up in the front of it, and depression behind it. And also, like, you know, if a character falls over, we want to be drawing the shape of the character rather than just like footprint points, you know? Like, oh, boom, there's a footprint. Boom, there's a footprint. So it has to be like gradual or you know, constant. Yeah. Puzzle makes several random target with footprints themselves only updates when the foot actually steps rather. Yeah. So that would make it stateful, which is kind of what I'm trying to avoid. Because everything is done on the GPU at the moment. So like the comparison with the ground is done using like an RVT height map. And then when we draw our capsules, we have the, you know, the height of the capsules, you know, the Z channel. And we can just compare that against the ground and do like a fade based on how close they are to the ground. I guess the other problem with that, like I have thought about that. The only other thing is that it introduces unpredictability. So like, you know, let's say like 100 characters all step at the same time, just like coincidentally, then we get a hitch. So I want to keep it so it's like flat. Always like fixed cost. Aside from like, you know, obviously the more characters you have, the more expensive it's going to be. But it's not like it's going to jump, you know, sporadically. I think doing the footprints in its own pass is a good call. Just using a float value. Same with the water stuff. They use, I mean, yeah, they'll be those will be done in the same pass. How much of it is actually... The initial reason that I did them all in the one pass was that they shared... my eyes. They shared some math. So, like, the sort of basis of the capsule, whether it was for the deform stuff or for the footprint stuff, the basis of drawing the capsule is the same, so we can do that, draw it, you know, blah blah blah. Draw it elsewhere. Or like draw it to do different things. But that's really just like... It's like 2 subtractions, 2 dot products, a divide and a multiply per shape, which is like not much. And then the rest of it is like, yeah, divide, like get the length, divide that by the radius to get the fall off, and like, you know, get that, subtract it from the position to get the vector field and the blah 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 blah. So, and that's all dependent on, you know, what we're drawing it for. So I think that's, yeah. The other nice thing about separating it is that the user can just completely disable the sand and dirt footprints entirely, because it'll be in its own module. So, you know, if they don't need sand and dirt footprints, they can just fucking turn it off, and, you know, and it's giga performant. And then the other benefit is that it can have its own specified resolution that isn't coupled to the foliage deformer. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think the interaction bubble looked good. I think that was a huge win. Draw a spline, recreate ghostly footprints from like the Witcher style. I thought you've seen City Skylines 2 render breakdown. I haven't, actually. You know, maybe we'll do some React content. Because I've closed down Unreal, because I'm just tired. Is it on YouTube? Who published? Oh, it was on an article. Yeah, if you can find it, I'd like to have a look. Have a little lookerino. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, fuck. Oh, they do a render doc. Okay, now we're talking, boys and girls. Not a performance review. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It's GPU bound. Well, fuck. Although when... hell yeah. This is actually like heaps of detail for like, you know, City Skylines. Alright. Menu to me, game can be decompiled and inspected quite easily using .NET, JetBrains, .pig, blah 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 blah. Dots, yep. ECS, yep. Obviously. See, for a thing like this, where like all the characters are doing the same thing, it's like, yeah, ECS all the way. Or, you know, DOP. DOP. All right, here we go. Was able to attach render doc. Okay, just let's get to the juice. So this is the reference image. This is what we're looking at. I always wondered how they did their, because surely they can't be I mean, they're not casting shadows, like that's fake actually, let's have a look. Yeah, no, they're not casting shadows. They use like a light function for there, but it might even just be an emissive. Yeah, it could just be fake lighting. Like it could literally be painted onto the thing. This is a decently complex frame, but it's far from the scale the game can actually reach. This was captured in a town of about 1,000 inhabitants. I don't know what you say, there's rain, it's nighttime, in my experience neither moves the needle much in terms of performance. Render reports the frame took 87 milliseconds to render, which are about 11 FPS. The game was running at 30 to 40 FPS on average at this time, so either this frame is an outlier. Yep, quite common, or perhaps render doc adds a bit of overhead. Yeah, I've noticed that. Cool. Alright, what are we looking at? Draw calls. I mean, fair enough, though. I like to keep my draw calls under 1,000. Shader set calls. That's pretty cheap. I guess everything has. Yeah. Depth stencil set calls. I guess I use that a lot for selection and stuff, but yeah. Wait till you read more about those drawings. Oh no. 4 gig of textures. Cool. 180 render targets. RT. Is that, I'm guessing that's what RTs mean in, even in, well, no, this is in render doc, so, you know, I think render target is a universal term, which just means like a, because, yeah, render targets live on the yeah, no, yeah, it probably means render targets. Sounds like a lot, but without further context, the cost is hard to evaluate. Yep, fair. Yep. That's a lot of gigabytes for a... And that's with a simple scene-ish. For every house or what? They might be using it for... just, like, effects and stuff. Like... or, like, maybe the roads use render targets. But yeah, all the statistics would be render targets. So, like, the, you know, the air pollution or something. Although you'd think they would just... So, like, have that... Oh, well, yeah, no, I guess the render targets exist, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're being sampled. Because, yeah, what I'd do would be have the render targets ready to go. Or not even... You wouldn't have to update them until you enter that view mode. And then you can sample the render target in the post-process, and the post-process gets actually, like, you know, branched, toggled on and off. At least in Unreal. If you set the post-process, like, blend to 0, it stops processing it altogether. So you could then do that in a posty. But yeah, no, yeah, the render targets would still exist in memory at any given point. It also might include, like, a runtime virtual texture tiles. Might be included in that. Which, I don't know if Unity has a runtime. It probably does, but... yeah. Alright, well, it does a bunch of shit. Cool. GRP, repeat passes, whatever. Instant data update. Almost every draw call in the game makes... every draw call the game makes uses instancing. Fair enough. To make instancing work, the game has a single large buffer of instance data which contains everything necessary for rendering any and all objects. Constant size per instance data varies by the type of entity, but it seems that regular game objects like buildings take around 50 floats per instance. Roads more. I haven't fully figured out how the buffer is managed because it's a very complex system, but essentially the instance data for every visible object is updated to the buffer each frame, and the changes are then uploaded to the GPU. The buffer starts at about 60 megabytes with reallocated to larger size as necessary. So I'm guessing all of the cars are instanced as well, and probably just use, yeah, custom data to do their animations and shit. Yeah. Compute shaders, hell yeah. Graphics-related simulations such as water, snow, particles, as well as scaly animation. These take about 1.5 milliseconds in total, which is under 2% of frame time. Yeah, true. I always forgot that even like City Skylines 1 had a water height simulation. Was it? One other theory regarding the game's poor performance was it maybe offloading a lot of the actual game simulations to the GPU, saving CPU time, but taking processing power away from rendering. No. Yeah. Because the water stuff affects gameplay, so unless they probably did the water CPU. I don't know, virtual texturing cache update. Implements its own virtual texture streaming system. Thought it was using Unity's built-in solution, but blah 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 blah. Haha, yeah. Experimental and unsupported. Sounds like Unreal. What's virtual texturing anyway? My understanding is virtual texturing approach for loading and managing texture data in a potentially more memory-efficient way than the methode traditionnelle. Using one GPU texture per texture asset, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, here we go. That's a virtual texture if ever I've fucking seen one. Beautiful. Game seems to use virtual texturing for all static 3D objects except the terrain. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, only need to load tiles that are actually visible. Produce as a side product of normal rendering in later pass. Yeah, because it uses MIPS to then determine. Anyway. Teething issues, high resolution texture sometimes failing to load even when the surface is close to the camera. Yeah, because it's like a passive thinger. It can get a bit fucked. Cover of the game's likely support for anisotropic texture filtering, standard feature in PC games since the beginning of the millennium. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Built-in sky system, generates skybox texture every frame, so that just means it's a shader. Generates a texture every frame, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Right, now we're nearly at the actual rendering. Deferred rendering means that rendering is done in many phases using several different intermediate render targets. First phase is the pre-pass, per pixel depth, normal, and smoothness. Yep, just like in Unreal. Pass is surprisingly heavy as it takes about 8.2 milliseconds, roughly about far too long. The teeth controversy. One bizarre yet popular talking point about City Skylines 2 performance is the fact that the character models have fully modeled teeth even though there's literally no way to see them in-game. Unless we count using the photo mode and clipping inside a character's head. Fantastic. None of the game have fully modeled teeth. They are rendered literally all the time at maximum quality. Fair enough. More importantly, this is the case for everything related to characters. None of the character meshes have any LOD variants. Loss of the Order was quick to acknowledge this publicly, and they even referenced broader problems with LOD handling. Ignore all the weird rambling about simulating citizen teeth and whatnot. This is not Dwarf Fortress, so they're not doing that. And even if they were, that obviously wouldn't require rendering the teeth. They told us that using middleware called Didimo Populate to generate the character models. If I recall correctly, the teeth controversy began even before the game was released, when someone noticed that the Didimo character specification includes separate meshes for things like teeth and eyelashes. Fuck. Shit. We got that 3 draw calls per tiny little character going on. Blah, blah, blah. Honestly, they look very generic and soulless, but now I'm not so sure. The meshes in the game, in fact, have even more polygons than Didimo's defaults. The infamous mouth teeth model, for example. That's more than my entire base mesh. Like for my whole character. Anyway. More than default meshes 1060 single character, even before we add hair, clothing, accessories, about 56,000. Context, the average low density residential building uses less than 10,000 verts before yard props and other details are added. In this example frame, the game renders 13 sets of teeth, and the visual impact on the frame is 0. Not a single pixel is affected. Even the characters themselves contribute basically nothing to the frame except for noise and artifacts. Yeah, so the teeth, they still get instanced, because obviously the characters aren't skeletal meshes. So it's like 100 and... Anyway. It's still dumb as fuck. Because, yeah, like, because the verts have to get rendered. Unless they're culled. Like, so vertices, all the vertices in a mesh get rendered if the whole mesh isn't culled. So if you can see, like, the corner of this house, all of the verts get rendered. So that's why the teeth are getting rendered. Like, in the first place, you know. Even the characters themselves contribute basically nothing to the frame except for noise and artifacts. Yeah, exactly. So again, even if the character's only taking up 1 pixel on the screen, then all 100,000 verts are still being rendered. So yeah, here he is. Right there. That's the character. That's that's 100,000 verts right there. Pre-pass continued, featuring the high poly Hall of Shame. The egregiously unoptimized character models are not the sole cause of the game's poor performance. They're an indicator of broader issues with the game's assets and rendering. The game regularly draws too many objects with too many polygons that have quite literally zero impact on the final image. This is not specific to the pre-pass, as the same issues affect all rendering passes which rasterize geometry. I think there are 2 main causes for this. Some models don't have any LOD variants at all. I won't open Unreal up, but something in Unreal that you've... I might even make a video about it. But you can copy and paste LOD settings. So if you, like, get, like, just a template LOD setting that works, you can just right-click the mesh, copy LOD, and just paste it onto, like, you know, 100 different assets. And it will generate the LODs with those exact settings. So it's always a good starting point to just get, like, some LODs are better than no LODs, even if the LODs are like shit. Game's culling system is not very advanced. Custom rendering code only implements frustum culling. There's no sign of occlusion culling at all. There is some culling based on distance, but it's not very aggressive, which is great for avoiding pop-in, but bad for performance. I can kind of see why occlusion culling might not be worth it, but... Because, like, occlusion culling is expensive if you've got heaps and heaps of... Like, it gets more expensive. But, I mean, obviously, in this case, you know, with fucking dumb characters like that, yeah, it would be more performant to use occlusion culling as well, but... Highly detailed palette of gas tanks consists of over 17k verts. Very good. Oh, God. Density-packed clotheslines are made from 25k verts per piece. And feature dozens of individually modeled clothes pins. True? Or laundry boys, as we call them in Finland. They're called pegs. We call them pegs in Australia. There's also even more dense variant featuring over 30k verts. Fucking hell. Oh, God. Like, this could just be a fucking texture. Just texture it, please. Just texture it, please. You might say that these are just cherry-picked examples. Modern hardware handles models like these just fine. That is true, but the problem is that those relatively small costs start to add up, especially in a city builder, where one optimized model might get rendered a few hundred times in a single frame. Rasterizing tens of thousands of polygons per instance per frame and literally not affecting a single pixel is just wasteful, whether or not the hardware can handle it. This issue is luckily quite easy to fix, both by creating more LED variants and improving the culling system. It will take some time though, and it remains to be seen if CEO and Paradox want to invest that time, especially if it involves going through most of the game assets and fixing them one by one. I mean, you just Does Unity not have an LOD generator? Maybe they should just export all their assets into Unreal, generate all the LODs, and then re-export them. Because, yeah, in Unreal, we literally just apply setting, bam, it generates LODs. And it can do, like, you know, boundary preservation and, like, volume preservation and all that, you know. If it's, like, a scaly mesh, you can prioritize keeping density at the crossover points between different, you know, weight channels and stuff, but I don't know. So I mind the data the game actually had an LED asset. Bought. Oh, like, yeah. So like an LED generator, but they didn't use it. What the fuck? But like, how does that pass QA? Like, how do you know, give it to the QA testers and they say, oh yeah, we're not getting very good performance, you know, like we're getting fucking 30 to 40 FPS on a 3090. And like for literally like what, like, I don't know. Yeah, it was definitely Paradox, not fucking who made it again? Who's CEO again? It's Colossal Order. Colossal Order. Did they do the first one? Yeah. Yeah. That's what it's found. That's how it passes QA. Yeah, I mean, but like, the thing is that obviously a lot went into the game, you know? I mean, I haven't played it. It could just be a fucking reskin of City Skylines 1, but, you know, whatever. Buildings in the game have no construction I don't know. I don't know. Fuck, I really want to play SimCity 4. Actually, can you get SimCity 4 on Steam? Does, you know, I'll look it up later. If you can get SimCity 4 on Steam and with the mod workshop, like if the Steam workshop works with it, then I might buy SimCity 4 again and fucking play that. Because that's a city builder. That's a fucking city builder. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Having highly detailed models is not a problem in itself, especially if you're intending to make self-proclaimed next-generation city builder. The problem is that the game is struggling to handle this level of detail, and the polygons are used inefficiently and inconsistently. For every character model with opulently modeled nostril hairs, there are common props with surprisingly low poly counts. I think if the game ran well, people would be celebrating these high-detailed models, making parabolic social media posts and clickbait videos like OMG, the devs thought of everything, brain explodey emoji. That'll be people when they play Prismatica in like 20 years time, when it releases, if I'm not dead yet. And I can't believe they modeled the cables in the parking booth. Shocked face emoji. Most detailed ever game confirmed. Blah blah blah. Yeah, there you go. Game renders per pixel motion vectors as a separate pass, which can be used for anti-aliasing and motion blur. I think motion vectors are slightly broken now, which is also the reason the game doesn't support DLSS or FSR2 at the time of writing. There is a temporal anti-aliasing option hidden in the advanced settings menu. Improves the rendering quality to some extent, But things animated using vertex shaders like trees are just covered in artifacts and ghosting. This pass takes around 0.6 milliseconds. Well, there you go. Whereas the Prismatiscape fucking interaction plugin pass takes 0.2 milliseconds. Suck on that one. Roads and decals. Rendering something recognizable. Roads and... yeah, this is like all before we even start doing shit. Now we're finally rendering something recognizable. Roads and lawns and other things that follow the surface of the terrain. So yeah, so these are all decals, I'm guessing, yeah. See, I would... again, it's Unity, they don't fucking have it, but I'd offload all of the roads and decals to an RVT rather than a decal part, like separate decals, because, you know, these are all fucking a draw call each. And I'm like 90% sure that decals can't be instanced. I could be wrong, though. I need to actually check that in Unreal. No, because there's no decaling. No. Why can't you instance a decal? Because it's a screen space effect. Anyway, fuck it. Main pass. Poggers. Oh, look at those beautiful normals, baby. This is the meat. Vegan alternatives are available. Thank you. Of the deferred rendering process, this pass takes in all the immediate render targets produced so far alongside the virtual texture caches and some seemingly hard-coded textures, and produces several more buffers, including one for albedo, normals, different PBR properties, and depth. It also produces the virtual texture visibility information I mentioned earlier. It is rendered at half horizontal resolution, presumably as an optimization. Terrain doesn't use virtual texturing, so it is rendered at full resolution with a constant color regardless of the actual terrain texture. Huh. Oh, right, this... yeah, anyway, whatever. This pass takes long time. Holy fucking god. Or as long as you... or about as long as the entire frame should take if we're aiming for 60 FPS. Yeah, there you go. The pass rasterizes all of the geometry again, so the same reasons for the pre-pass being slow apply here as well. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, because like, okay, so like a pre-pass, right? The reason that you do a pre-pass is so that you don't have to render the pixel shader of things that are behind, you know, things that are occluding it. So like in Unreal, you can do a masked material pre-pass, like include masked materials in the pre-pass, which means that if you've got a leaf texture and it's, you know, it's like masked, you don't get overdraw from it. It will only render, you know, it will render the pixel shader of what's behind it only where the leaf isn't. So like, yeah, pre-pass, good. But obviously the pre-pass and the actual base pass are going to render all the geometry. And if you're wasting a bunch of, if you're doing wasteful geometry by not culling and stuff, or just using stupidly complex models, then it compounds, you know? Like, it's not 100,000 verts that we're rendering, it's now 2,000 verts per fucking character. Additional costs probably explained by the number of additional outputs, plus the cost of virtual texture and texture mapping itself. Ambient occlusion. The game produces an ambient occlusion buffer using motion vectors, normals, and the depth buffer, plus copies of the last two from the previous frame. Yeah. Judging by the debug names of the shaders, the algorithm is GTAO. Cool. Cascaded shadow mapping. Fantastic. It could... yeah. I was going to say they could do... I was going to say virtual shadow. I mean, again, it's not Unreal, but even virtual shadow maps probably wouldn't be the best thing to do. Because the sun's constantly moving and you can fast forward. You could do, no, that wouldn't work. Whoa! No, because the sun's position is moving, so no, it doesn't matter. Uses cascaded shadow mapping, in my opinion, not very well. Shadows are full of artifacts and constantly flickering, especially when either the sun or any foliage are moving, and they are all of the time. That's fair. Even when the screen isn't completely covered with artifacts, the resolution of the shadows is quite low. The jumping quality between the different shadow cascades is very noticeable. Yeah, that's something you need to look out for. Because you get like shadow pop in. 4 cascades, resolution of big per cascade. There's a directional shadow map, resolution setting, the advanced setting, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we get it. Oh, right. That's always fun. Ugh. Half-baked game. Despite the low quality, it is by far the slowest rendering pass, taking 40 milliseconds. Fucking Jesus. What the... My test frame, nearly 5,000 out of the 6,500 draw calls were for shadow mapping. 72%. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of fucked. I mean, that like, if it was using... so this is where occlusion culling would be very handy. Yeah. Same as a priest pass, the main pass, too much geometry, too many draw calls. Performance scanners view indicates that many of the draw calls affect between 0 and under 100 pixels in the shadow map, and the teeth are back again. The game seems to treat every single 3D object as a potential shadow caster on all quality settings, regardless of the size or distance. So you know how in Unreal we've got the cast shadows button on, you know, your meshes and stuff? Apparently they didn't untick that for anything. Like, not the grass, not the fucking teeth, not the characters. Jesus Christ. Not even just LODs, but just like, yeah, disabling shadows on some shit. I don't know. Again, I don't know how that... I don't know how this wasn't implemented earlier. Like... How could someone be developing the game and... You know, like, when they playtest it to see if their shit works, and it's like, oh, fucking... I'm getting 20 FPS. Oh, it's probably because the shadows are fucking... I don't know. I just don't understand. I don't understand what... How. I just don't. I just... Yeah. Wonder if their light source doubles as a shadow caster? Well, it would... oh, you mean the little ones? I don't know, maybe. When digging into the shadow handling code, I stumbled upon the fact that the game computes the positions of the sun and the moon using the current date, time, and coordinates of the city. Wow. Wow. Fucking, as though that isn't a fucking plugin that you can just get for free. Anyway. Zorovsky, hello, hello. We're just doing some reading about City Skylines 2. Like a render doc breakdown of why it runs like shit. Also, Chica, hello, hello. Screen space reflections and global illumination. Wow. What's this pass? This is the reflection pass. And this is the something. Global illumination, probably. I don't know. Game uses Unity's HDRP's built-in implementations of screen space reflections and SSGI. Won't be covering in detail because Unity's documentation is already decently comprehensive, plus I'm not going to pretend I fully understand them. Global illumination uses ray marching, evaluated by default at half resolution. So yeah, global illumination screen space is basically just ambient occlusion, but with the opposite of ambient occlusion, like ambient reflections, I guess. So it's relatively cheap, but it's like we have Lumen at home. Well, actually, no. Lumen uses SSGI to fill in as much as possible, and then it does all the other shit with the actual lumination. No, fuck off. Blah, 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 blah. Temporal accumulation are used to improve the quality. I wonder if I could do a temporal accumulation for my footprint stuff. I mean, I guess that's what the jitter is. It's actually not a bad idea. Maybe I could try. Because if we have that low input to a high resolution render target, and yeah, we could do... Anyway, 3 milliseconds. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Deferred lighting. This is where it all comes together. Most of the intermediate buffers produced so far are combined to render the near final image. Not much more to say about this pass except that it takes 2.1 milliseconds. Well, there you go. Weird clothing pass. Huh? There's a small rendering pass just for the clothes of the Didimo characters. In this case, 3 dresses, 1 jumpsuit, and 1 set of suit trousers. The remaining 8 characters are either naked or their clothes use different shaders. This pass affects almost no pixels at the zoom level. Luckily, it takes just 0.2 milliseconds. Why does this happen now? Like... That would mean that it's using a different shader model. So, like, when you have, like, you know, something is unlit, it doesn't render to, you know, the base color passes and all that kind of shit. That's dumb. Traditional defer rendering doesn't work with transparent objects, so they are rendered separately. Transparent objects are rendered in 2 phases, starting with the pre-pass, which only updates the normal and depth buffers. These there are not many unique transparent objects in the frame, so it takes 0.1 milliseconds. Game does some pre-processing in compute shaders to prepare for water rendering and then produces several downscaled and blurred versions of the almost final image. These inputs are fed into the main water rendering shader, which renders the water surface. This takes about 1 millisecond. Nice. I mean, they're doing some shit right, you know? Particles, rain, and transparent objects. This pass handles most things transparent, including particles. Weather effects on 3D objects made of glass and other transparent materials. No particles are visible in the frame, but the game still tries to render the smoke from the industrial zone's chimneys, as well as a stream of goop produced by the sewage pipe. Rain is rendered next using 20 instances of 12K verts each. Interestingly, the remaining transparent objects are rendered after the rain, causing some weirdness when transparent objects like greenhouses and power lines and the rain overlap. Yeah, sounds dumb as. VT, feedback processing, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's basically what MIPS and what things of the thing to fucking render. Post-processing, post-processing, post-processing. Outlines text are the UI. Yeah. Quite a lot of draw calls used for the game face-powered UI elements, although ultimately these calls are very fast compared to the rest of the rendering process. That's true. That's true. Names of the roads are rendered using 2D sign distance fields. Depth buffer is used to blend the text with the scene if the text is behind a building or other object, which is a nice touch. True, true. Yeah, you wouldn't have to do a stencil, would you? You can just calculate what is the depth from the camera of this piece of text, and then just max that against the depth. It's kind of cool. And that's it. That's it. That's how they do it. Or try to do it. What the fuck? Well, there you go. What have we learned? What have we learned? Dunno. Ocelot took a gamble on new and shiny tech, and in some ways it paid off massively, and in others it caused them a lot of headache. This is not a rare situation in software development. It's something I've experienced myself as well in my day job as a web-leaning developer. They chose dots as the architecture to fix the CPU bottlenecks the previous game suffered from, and to increase the scale and depth of the simulation largely succeeded on that front. See the start of the game when dots was still experimental, and it probably came as a surprise how much they had to implement themselves, even when dots was officially considered production ready. I wouldn't be surprised if they started the game with entities graphics, and then had to pivot to custom solutions for culling, scaling animation, texture streaming, so on, when they realized Unity's official solution was not going to cut it. Ultimately, the game had to be released too early when these systems were still unpolished, and likely due to financial and/or publisher pressure. None of these technical issues were news for the developers on release day, and I don't believe their claim that the game was intended to target 30 FPS from the beginning doesn't justify it. Yeah, that's the words of a publisher. Consumed a large share of my free time for the past 1.5 weeks, and also made me appreciate the game's lofty goals and sympathize more with the developers of this technically ambitious yet troubled game. I've learned a lot about how Cities Skylines 2 and Unity HDRP work under the hood, and I've also gotten some good practice with Render Doc. If you like this article, good for you. There you go. Oh, there's more. There's more. 7 FPS in the main menu. There you go. They couldn't replicate it. Do you think the game should have been made with Unreal Engine 5 or some other engine instead? Honestly, GPU-wise, like, yeah, this is like the perfect thing for Nanite. Like, this type of game, because it's like... It's literally all static geometry. Like, all the buildings are just fucking nothing, you know? You could even do the cars with Nanite if you really wanted to, if you were feeling sick in the head. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you look at the fucking Matrix demo. And, like, yeah, you could zoom all the way out of it. And... you know, it fucking looks glorious. And it's huge. Anyway. Boring consultant answer, it depends. In an ideal world where budgets and deadlines don't exist, City Skylines 2 probably should have made with a fully custom engine, or at least fully custom renderer, because neither of the big two engines is designed for a game like this. Unreal 5 does include solutions for many of the issues, blah blah blah, currently suffering from. There's Nanite for LEDs, Lumen and Virtual Shadow Mask for lighting and shadows. We have UE5 has its own share of limitations. It doesn't offer anything like Unity ECS for gameplay logic and large-scale simulations, except for Mass, which is probably far from production ready. That's very true. And as an engine where the primary programming language is C++, it's far less flexible and accessible in terms of modding, which was a big part of the original game's success. That is also true. Unless they just do... whatever that thing that Mordhau fucking, you know... that thing that Akudo was talking about. Both issues are fixable with enough time and money, but we should remember that CEO is a relatively small company and they have to pick their battles. Yeah. 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 No engine is designed for any game, that's the challenge. Yeah, that's actually very true. I think the management aspect is the hardest part of making a city building game, not really the rendering. Doesn't matter much how it looks. Well, I mean, the point of City Skylines 2 was that it was supposed to be like a huge, like, graphical, you know, next-gen graphical version of City Skylines 1. But, you know, I don't know. Yeah, definitely. I think Unreal's rendering is perfect for a huge city builder game, but you'd probably want to either use... I mean, you could do what Stormgate are doing with Unreal. So, like, they use all of the rendering tech in Unreal, but the entire game thread is custom. So, like, they gutted the entire Unreal, you know, like, game tick loop thing and implemented their own, because it's like a large scale RTS game that has to, like, StarCraft 2 successor, and Unreal just isn't built for that. Like, you know, thousands of units being, like, selected and moved instantly with no lag. And, like, deterministic collisions between them all, and, like, you know... So... yeah. That's what they did. RenderDocs unreliable for benchmarking. You should have used insert other tool here. Yeah, fuck those people. Something, can't believe this game has no LEDs anywhere. Does have LEDs for some, many of the objects. Overall, I'd say most have proper LEDs, but many decorations and props like pipes and yard props do not have any. Yeah. 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 Like, I don't know, doesn't Unity have a like an LOD visualizer, like we have in Unreal, where like you can, you know, like the LOD zeros are all gray, and the LOD ones are all red, and the LOD twos are all green or blue or some shit. Because like yeah, it like you'd use that view mode, you'd look at the fucking city, and you'd see like, oh, there's a bunch of gray little things, you know? There's a bunch of little gray things. When I'm zoomed out all the way here, you know, what are they? And how can I, you know, now I know to fucking put LODs and the blah, 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 blah. I don't know. There you go. So the Instalod was just for modded, like modding meshes and stuff. There you go. Well, that was something. That was fun. That was fun. Don't recall seeing any kind of debug view like Unreal has when worked with Unity. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, Unity doesn't have a built-in LED generator, but I thought that they'd at least have like a fucking, like an LED, what's it called? Like view mode, you know? Oh, let me put my feet up. Ugh. There we go. Comfy. She's the guy who made virtual texturing on N64. No. I've seen a dude doing like a bunch of like optimizations for Super Mario, for his like Super Mario 64 ROM hacks, which like runs on the native hardware. Like the fucking whatever the sine algorithm, blah blah blah, something. And they're all really interesting. So how do you do a temporal accumulation? You literally just do jitter and then... I'm just thinking about the footprints again. All I can think about is footprints. Is it faster than it decays? Yeah, but it's more so like because you can use temporal accumulation to gain extra resolution, you know? Like temporal anti-aliasing uses temporal. Jitter, offsetting low-res UVs, like checkerboard, and adding it frame. Yeah. So I've basically got it, like, the idea. It obviously just doesn't work to a point. Like, you can only really, like, double resolution using it. $16 times the resolution or riot. Ugh. What's everyone up to? Tell me something interesting. Tomorrow there pixel velocity pass in terms of what Unreal is. Yeah, TSR does needs to know the resolution so that it can like not get all fucky. Yeah. Playing some Rooney, hell yeah. You playing the League? Fuck, I haven't played RuneScape in like 6 months. Sad. Main game, okay. Efficiency. Magic Gathering Arena, nice. Stressing over deadlines, not nice. Played Baldur's Gate 3. Fuck yeah. I haven't got Baldur's Gate 3 yet. I don't know if I will. I don't know. Running cash in GTA, listening to you spill the tea on maths. True. Working on a runtime H-Lod of procedural geometry. Finished the H-Lods himself yesterday. Hell yeah. 0.6 milliseconds. Recompute H-Lods on 7 massive structures, but the way they play actually build sandbox stuff needs a major replay to come in line with that. Yeah, I get you. First RGP, RP, what did I just say? RGP, RPG, loving it, hell yeah. I can buy a BG3 for myself, and I might get into a Dragon Age player. True. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure like I'd enjoy it, but seems like a big commitment. And I don't know if I don't know. The thing is with like super story-driven RPGs, especially for me, is like I have to play them in big chunks, you know? Because, like, I want to experience, like, you know, there's this story beat leads to this consequence, which leads to this, you know, chain reaction, blah, blah, blah. It's not really, like, because, I don't know, I tend to play games in, like, half-an-hour chunks. Like, lately I've been playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and I do, like, maybe like 12 turns and then just shut the game off. or I like I'm just playing through all of the campaigns. But like I'll just play until something bullshit happens, like an enemy hero with like fucking death stacks of units just like comes out of the fog of war, attacks my guy who's like just scouting and has like 0 fucking units, and just steamrolls him, and I'll just be like, nah, quit, and because it saves after every turn or after every day. So then I just go back 1 day cycle and just avoid that that piece, that bit of land. Yeah. Played most Fallout, Skyrim, bit of Oblivion, and Morrowind. Yeah, have you played Starfield? Do you guys want us to talk about Starfield? I didn't play it, but I watched some people play it. I watched like at least 3 different streamers play like 1 to 2 sessions, like 1 to 2 streams of Starfield, and then just bin it because like they'd seen it all, you know. I don't know. Even like minus all the funny bugs and stuff, it just didn't seem like it was like good. But then like, and this is a hot take, right? Or it might be a hot take. I don't know if you guys agree, but like people say that like, oh, Skyrim was so much better than Starfield, blah 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 blah. Skyrim wasn't that good. I'm just saying. Like Skyrim's kind of boring as shit. Like, you know. Like it was good at the time. It was good for its time. You know? It was good for its time. It was, you know, it had heaps of content. The combat was always shit. The RPG elements were always shit. But, like, it had a big world, and it had characters in the world, I guess. And it, you know, it was a game. It was a game. But it wasn't that good. Like, I mean, like, it obviously did something right to have mass appeal. Or it could have just been, like, accidentally viral or whatever. That was before, like, virality was a thing, but... yeah, exactly. Its biggest strength was a sense of immersion. But lacked any meaningful goals, mechanical or story-based. Exactly. I think, like, if Skyrim had... more like, not necessarily like progression systems, but just things that you could kind of do. Like imagine if Skyrim had like farming, you know, like a farming sort of sub game, sub progression, or just like, you know, something a bit more like it kind of, I mean, it kind of does, but like, I don't know, even something like, just like a greater sense of progression. Like, yeah, it kind of has everything, but I don't know. Because again, like, yeah, if its biggest strength was its world and its sense of immersion. If it leaned in, or like if it used the immersion as a game mechanic, you know, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like the immersion is all just coincidental, because it's like, yeah, you've got this big world. Which, I mean, I guess, okay, yeah, the exploration when you're playing it is like, yeah, okay, that's fair. But like, I don't know, the quests and stuff are super repetitive, not really real. But I mean, all quests are just, you know, unless it's RuneScape. Unless it's RuneScape, all quests are basically just go here, kill that, find the thing, bring me back the thing, you know. Talk to this guy, talk to the other guy. What do you... Here's a question for you guys. What's like a quest in a game that you've played that required you to do more than go here, kill this, talk to the guy, you know? Because I feel like quests just like quests in games, it's just like regardless of the medium, as in like the quest medium, is like, it's always just you did this, do that. You did that, do this. You know, sort of over and over. Like, there's no real thinking, or like there's no opportunity for unique approaches, you know? Who are the best quests? The rewards tend to overshadow the quest. True. Good stories must for a good quest. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can have a simple quest with simple questing mechanics if the story is engaging enough. But I don't know, even then, like, so like I played The Witcher 3 once upon a time. And like the story in Witcher 3 is like, you know, apparently the best thing. Which, like, it was pretty good, and like the characters are good, and the cutscenes are all great, and like the voice acting and the blah blah blah, like it's all good. But it was all of the in between that just, like, I just couldn't finish it. Cause yeah, so like the combat was like giga repetitive. Even though like I was playing on the hardest difficulty, I thought the combat was gonna be like challenging and shit, but it wasn't. Because I'm such a fucking gamer. But like, the combat was just so repetitive without any real progression or anything that it was like I just wanted to fucking, like, I'll probably end up just watching a YouTube video of all of the, like the story just edited together. Like all the cutscenes and any relevant like fights and whatever that have like dialogue and story over the top of them. But like, I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't do Witcher 3. Because like, if the progression was more unique, because like everything was just like, oh yeah, this armor gives more armor, and this armor gives more armor, and this armor gives less armor. It's bad, you know, because I've got this armor that gives more armor. And it was the exact same with the weapons and stuff. Like the weapons are just like, oh, this is an axe and it does this much damage, and this is a sword and it does this much damage. But like, they both play the same animations, and they both fucking have the same reach, and they both blah blah blah. Like, it was just sort of, what's the difference? What's the fucking difference? Like, there was no, like, I'm pretty sure there was no, like, piercing versus slashing. Like, even something as simple as that, like, okay, yeah, this sword is, for, like, you know, it has really high piercing damage, but it has less slashing damage, therefore you can use it against armored opponents, you know, and deal more damage than the other one. Like, even just that, like, one tiny little, like, you know, toss up between, oh, am I going to use this sword or am I going to use this sword? You know, maybe I'll use this one for this opponent, and then when I go and do this other thing, I'll switch it and whatever. You know, so even if one does more overall damage, it's like, I don't know. So I like that against monster types, humans. Yeah, but it's also like, when are you ever fighting monsters and humans at the same time? You know? Like, when does the trade-off ever matter? Because it's like, you've always got a steel sword, and you've always got a silver sword. So they're both just, like, linearly upgrading, you know, all the time. It's not like you're ever trading off. Like, you know. It's not like, because, like, let's say you could only have one sword, and you had to choose between a silver or a steel sword. Then it's kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm going off on this, quest to slay this monster. So I'm taking my silver sword, but then on the way you get mobbed by bandits, and it's like, oh shit, I've got this silver sword, I'm going to be doing reduced damage, but I'm just going to have to deal with it. Like, that's the sort of, you know, like, you made a choice, the choice backfired, you have to deal with it in the moment, and then blah, blah, blah. I don't know. And then, oh, don't get me fucking started on the oils, like the oils on the blades and stuff. Because, like, the oils... from what I remember, and I remember this pretty vividly, so, like, you could put oil on your weapon, and it would just deal extra damage against X type of, you know, monster or human or beast or whatever. And I'm pretty sure the oil was you made it one time, and you could apply it infinitely. And you also applied it during the pause menu. But it only lasted for like 10 hits. So it was like, okay, I'm gonna apply the beast oil, I'm gonna fucking wail on it for 10 hits, I'm gonna pause the game, I'm gonna go to the oils, I'm gonna apply the oil again, I'm gonna unpause, I'm gonna attack the fucking thing. Like, it's, I don't know, it was just dumb. And again, you're only ever versing one type of monster at any given time. Oh yeah, sorry, it was time duration. But yeah, it's like you're only ever, like, battling the one type, like, you know, you're either killing ghouls, like a bunch of ghouls, or a bunch of fucking beastie things, or a bunch of bandits. It's never, like, bandits that are, you know, that have, like, fucking monsters that they've trained and shit. But, like, you know, so when you use the oil, it's like, okay, well, am I going to prioritize these guys, or am I going to prioritize those guys? It's just, I don't know. It was just weird. It was just weird. It was just fucking weird. And, like, why can't I put 2 oils on something? And, like, I don't know. Like, it would be better if the oils were, like, you know, you had to make a stock of them. Like, you had to make, you know, okay, I'm gonna make 10 beast oils, whatever. It uses up a bunch of ingredients. And so, like, you know, you have to farm ingredients if I want to do extra damage and whatnot. And, you know, I'll use it sparingly. But because they were a one-time creation that you could then apply infinite times, it's like, well, I can't not fucking apply it, because, like, I've got infinite of it, but then I've got to pause every 30 fucking seconds, and... yeah, Witcher 3 sucked. Witcher 3 as a game sucked ass. Like, gameplay-wise. Like, the world, the graphics, the story, the characters, the vibes, 10 out of 10. But the gameplay... Stop right there, criminal scum. Honestly... I can't believe I'm saying this, but honestly, Skyrim's combat was more fun than The Witcher 3. And Skyrim's combat sucks. Like... like, it's just not... It's just weird. But at least in Skyrim, you've got, like, you know, bows, and, like, you know, you can use your bow, and you can, like, free aim it, and, like, get a sneaky headshot in, and then, you know, use your Fus Rodar. I mean, you can kind of do that in Witcher with the signs and stuff, but I don't know, there's only, like, what, 5 of them that really do anything? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just... yeah. In recent years, I feel like Valheim had the best melee combat. Yeah, Valheim's melee combat isn't too bad, actually. I guess because it gives you a lot of options. Like, you can block, you can, like, perfect parry, you can dodge, you can strafe. But I can't remember if the... I'm trying to remember what Valheim's combat was like. Whether it was all root motioned or not. Like whether attacking locked you in place. I'm pretty sure it... Pretty sure I remember, like, in Valheim, it's like... Like, when you're chopping a tree, it plays an in-place animation, but you can really slowly slide along. I think that applied to all the combat animations, but I can't remember. The root motion straight ripped off old Zelda games with 1, 2, 3 combos. Yeah, true. I mean, that's every game, though, isn't it? The old 1, 2, 3. Although the old Zelda games actually have a lot of options. Like, you've got, like, the forward jumping attack. You've got the slashy boys. You can do, like, pokes and stuff with the shield. You know, the you know, all that shit. Like, depending on what way your stick is going. Which I thought was pretty cool. Like, if you're locked on and you move backwards and attack, it's different from if you move forward and attack. Or if you... I forget how most of it works, but... Maybe I should get a capture card for my Nintendo and play some Nintendo 64 games. Or just emulate them. Did you ever play Hades? I didn't. I've never really been a fan of, like, top-down hack and slash combat. Which sounds weird because I'm making a top-down combat game, but it's not hack and slash. It's different. It's different. Was a PSU a thermal take? It was a Cooler Master. Cooler Master 750 watt gold. 80 gold. And it just couldn't handle a little power outage, you know? When I say I want Dark Souls combat, it's that I want hits to matter both ways, less button spamming, more well execute option. Yeah, I think that's exactly what, like, Souls combat is you can't back out of an attack halfway through. Like, something like God of War, you can get halfway through an attack and then dodge out of it. You know, like cancel dodge. Which kind of defeats... I mean, God of War's a lot more fast-paced, but... yeah, like... You need to... You can't just, like, spam dodge, or you can't just spam attack and expect to win. Like, you've got to actually learn the system. Which is exactly how I'm doing combat. Like, yeah, there's no animation cancelling. There's no backing out or whatever. There's no feinting. I might add feinting, but it'll be within, like, the first quarter of an attack. But, yeah. Those really don't blow, very surprising. Yeah, I was sort of confused. It might be an easy repair. It might just be like a fuse that burned out. So it could be like a $10 repair or something. But yeah. Could also make feints have a partial commit. Yeah. I think Mordhau did. They used to have feint to parry to be instant. But I think they added a delay. So yeah, like you could still give a feint what's it called? Like a recovery frame. It'd obviously be a lot less, but yeah. So it would be like you go to attack, you click the feint button, it blends back out for a few milliseconds before you can do the real attack. Because obviously the aim of feinting, and it's probably more for NPCs like faking you out, but I guess you'd have to program it so you can fake out an NPC and whatnot. But yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you feint and they realize that you're feinting, and they can do a quick attack, and while you're in feint recovery, they might hit you. Or if their weapon's really slow, maybe you'll be able to parry it in time. But then if you were doing a feint with the intention of immediately following up with an attack, hoping that they had parried and they'd missed their parry window and they were in parry recovery frames, and you would hit them, but they read that you were parrying and attacked instead, then they would hit you before you hit them, and you wouldn't be able to parry because you'd committed to a follow-up attack after the feint. So then they'd hit you, and then they could potentially flinch you and you wouldn't hit them, or it would just be a double hit, depending on, the weight of the weapon and the flinch calculation and whatnot. So I think, like, that's like a way better system than, like, because, like, Skyrim doesn't have any rock, paper, scissors. And, like, The Witcher doesn't have any rock, paper, scissors of, like, attack beats feint. Fucking, what beats attack? I don't know. Dodging, parrying, just moving out of the way. Literally doing nothing is sometimes the way to counter an attack, Well, I guess attacking can counter an attack. If someone attacks out of range, So then when they're halfway through their attack and it's not going to hit you, you start up your attack so that you can hit them before they have a chance to parry because they're in attack recovery frames. And it's like, you know, that's what combat should be in video games, like it is in real life. It's just a matter of judging timing, judging distance, committing, you know, being defensive, being offensive, taking initiative, you know, back and forth, tempo, blah, blah, blah. But like Skyrim just distills it down to health bar versus health bar. Who can deal the most damage, you know, who can press pause at the very end of nearly dying and eat a bunch of fucking cheese and continue attack spamming again. Christian, hello. Just want to say thanks for your tutorials about UE4, UE5 helps me a lot. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you very much. When the opponent has had a bad idea once that sounds silly enough, I might do it as a joke one day. Parry by hitting the weapon with yours. That's actually something they do in Mordhau. It's called clashing, I think, where if two people attack and their weapons collide, the attacks end. Like, yeah, like... Yeah. It basically parries it. Or, like, basically ends both attacks. Which was, like... it was nice because it was a really last... Like you could Hail Mary, like let's say I was using a sword and the other person was using like a jacket, like a fucking mole, like a sledgehammer, like the slowest weapon in the game. And we both attacked at the same time. And, you know, I knew that they were going to fucking kill me in one hit. But I could, like, at the last second, you know, aim for their hammer and clang it or whatever. People are going to spam battles where they just keep cancelling each other out. So fainting costs stamina in Mordhau. Or it, like, starting up an attack costs stamina. So then if you faint, you know, you've already used the stamina of starting the attack up. I can't remember if fainting cost more stamina than just going through with the attack. Oh, you meant clashing. So there was another mechanic called chambering, which was... So, like, Mordhau has a 360 or, like, 270 degree directional combat shenanigans. So if I attacked here, and you, at the last second, like when you'd usually parry, started an attack of the same type, so like a swinging attack of the same type, you know... Anyway, it would, like, do an instant parry, and attack, or, like, the attack would count as a parry. So you'd get these, like, really... Fuck, let me just... Ugh. Oh, and Mordhau had fucking morphs as well. Morphs were sick. Where you could, like... It was kind of a form of fainting. But you could essentially turn a swing into a thrust during, like, the feint window. So it was essentially the same as doing a slash, then feinting, and immediately doing a stab. but it didn't cost extra stamina. Or like it would cost 2 attacks. Anyway. So yeah, you could do like delayed morphs and stuff. Let me just see if I can find a good video example of like Mordhau. Can I post a GIF? I guess so, yeah. The links work. I don't think links work in YouTube, actually. In the YouTube chat.
In a fast.
Why
didn't ad... Oh, shit. Ad blocker's starting to not work.
I'm telling you, today we're trying out ranked again. I'm doing ranked 1v1s today. This is going to be batch 2 of my ranked videos. Tired, bud. We both tired.
Right, it's Mordhau time. Right, let me just get my OBS up. Because I can't see anything.
He's got to be tired too. He was swinging that whole time. Oh, that was...
One thing I don't like about first-person perspective is dragging, or just like Mordhau Chivalry in general was dragging because it was kind of like you can.
Tired too. He was swinging.
So like here, so the attack traces start
That whole time.
And you know, so you can like essentially speed up or delay your attack by like a significant amount by like moving your camera.
Oh, that looked dirty. That was just the combo.
So, you know, I don't know.
I swear I wasn't DMing.
It's like, again, it's another rock, paper, scissors, but it was kind of like annoying. That was a little jump kick cancel.
You gotta give credit to this guy though. He's not fainting. So it's making for some...
Yeah, like that. Okay, yeah, that's a fucking drag if ever I've seen one. So you start an attack,
He's not fainting.
but you can delay it long enough that their parry expires. That's an example of doing nothing.
Sword fights here.
Like that. That's Prismatica 101, is just distancing.
He's wheezing though. Ooh, really? Okay. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense that things hit me when they do them.
Yeah, Mordhau's like Chivalry, but like...
Ooh.
But way more, I guess, in-depth. But less, like, wacky.
That was slick.
Like, Chivalry was super wacky. And, like, just, like, chaotic and funny and, you know.
There we go.
Mordhau's a bit more try-hard, I guess.
They're fan. Uh-oh, buddy. Uh-oh, buddy.
What do you think we got? Fighting games, plenty of neutral game there. I've never been into, like, you know, side-scrolling fighting games. Like, you know, Street Fighter, Tekken.
Oh, man.
I was pretty big into Tekken 2 when,
I tried for the kick.
I had a PS1. But...
There we go. Ooh, he didn't even parry that.
Aside from that, never really played any other games of that genre. But then,
I'm gonna speed it up here.
I guess like Super Smash Brothers, I was like giga into like Super Smash, and then Super Smash Melee, and then Super Smash whatever
that must have hit me clean in the back of the head. I didn't think
the newest one is. I didn't play
I thought I was
Brawl or the fucking other one on the Wii or whatever.
Dang.
But yeah.
It can stab faster. Oh,
But yeah, I really like them because like same thing. It's like rock paper scissors. There's like a yeah, like you said, like neutral. Like there's like what do you call it? Like just spacing and whatnot.
Oh no.
Feels too much like slow phone weapons whacking around. So yeah, so the reason that the animations are so slow is for ping and just like readability in general.
He knows. He knows.
Because like, yeah, you know, it's a video game at the end of the day.
Daxo. All right, Daxo, what do you got?
Although some servers play at 120% speed for that reason, but you need to have a good ping for it to really work. That was a morph. Right. So you see this guy. He goes to swing. Wait, I can slow it down. I might do, I don't know about morphing. It's kind of a very niche thing, but yeah, you can see he goes to do a swing. And no, wait. Okay, now he goes to swing, but changes it to a thrust. Obviously misses, because that's the downside of thrusting, is that it's a it's a high damage, high range, but low or you have to be accurate with it. That was a panic parry. So he sped up his attack to capitalize on the parry recovery. Smart, smart. And then he just went to, yeah, he just went to attack when he didn't have the initiative. Damn. What a good game. I wonder if I've still got it installed. So yeah, that was a thrust to swing morph. And yeah, you can see how it essentially works like a feint. So yeah, thrust, swing, and so it delays the attack enough that it, you know. Oh my god, this guy's so fucking annoying in slow motion. That was just a straight up feint. Now he's half swording.
Oh, buddy, you gotta at least hit me.
What the fuck is this shit? See, this is like when it gets so scrappy. Like,
oh, I hit him with the feint.
wait, am I playing faster than? No, that's normal speed. Fuck, it seems so much faster now.
Oh, jeez. I feel like a scumbag. Let's go, Daxo. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, buddy, you gotta at least hit me. Buddy, what are you doing, man? Ooh, I missed that. Oh,
Oh.
got hidden.
Oh no! Oh, no! No! No!
What is he
The aim is just shit.
What was
There you
he
go.
doing? I was trying to figure the man out. and
See,
then-
that's like the sort of sense of panic that I want to instill in people with my combat system.
Just threw that curveball in there. I don't know if he knows what he's doing or what. Okay, that's not a good look for either of us, Daxo. Come on, man, why are you backing up? Why are you backing up?
One thing that I've like debated, right?
What was he doing?
Also, I realize that this doesn't have music, so I'm gonna play my music over the top.
I was trying to figure
So like in Mord, how you can move around, like you have reduced movement, but you can move around during
That's not a good
swings and stuff.
Backing
With Prismatica, you like the animations are set up to like move forward when you attack. But I've been thinking, like I thought about it at some point, to have it so that you you step in the direction of the attack, because like every attack, you know, in swordplay usually corresponds with like a step. And so, you know, it could either be step forward, step to the side, step back, you know, diagonal, whatever, whatever. Because, like, I can kind of, like, fake it by doing, like, a weird... Like, you look over here when you start the attack so that your character moves to that position. And then you you know, so, like, you click over here, but you drag over to where the person is, and you end up stepping, but attacking that way. Which is, like, higher skill. Takes some kind of finagling. But I don't know whether I want it to just be, like, because it's WASD to move. You know, and, like, let's say there's, like, a dude here, and I'm here, and he's thrusting at me. You know, so I just hold WA and thrust, and I'll step this way, and like my mouse is here the entire time, so I'll step this way and thrust at him. But I don't know how I do that animation-wise, because that would kind of require that all attacks use the same footwork. Or at least have, like, the exact same pacing, which they all do anyway for, like, any given weapon type and any given attack type. So, like, longsword light attacks all have the same frame pacing. So I could just do 2 montages. One of them decides the root motion. The other just plays the thing over the top. But I don't know. Try for a momentum-based system. Swing always comes in the direction of movement, but can be modified mid-swing, such as strafe right does backhand slash, but if you move backwards partway through, it tends to very wide. Oh, yeah, I get you. Yeah. Frostbite, how long have you been making Prismatica for? Since I started game development. So, like, 3 years, but that was from, like, zero game dev knowledge. So I like to tell myself I've been making Prismatica for 0 days, because I haven't actually started yet, you know? Because I'm still learning. I'm still just doodling. I'll probably have a finished game before I've even started making it. With that attitude. Just from the whole animations isn't redoing it. Yeah, animation's a weird one. Animation's such a big commitment. Like, even though, like, like, you know, some people say animation's hard, and like, yeah, okay, it can be pretty hard to get into. But even like if you're a good animator, or like you enjoy animating, or, you know, you've overcome all those hurdles of like being able to animate. Just like animating for a game is like a fucking huge commitment, because it's such a... Like, you know, let's say I animate a moveset for a longsword, you know, this whole fucking moveset and blah, 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 blah. If I want to change, like, anything about that, I've got, like, 100 animations to go through and change. Like if I wanted to change the skeleton or something, or, like, put it on a different model. I mean, you can do retargeting, but, like, for something as complex as like, you know, having two hands on a prop that doesn't actually exist at any given time. Like, you can't really retarget that without getting some clipping and shit. So I don't know, it's a lot. And like, yeah, like I'm thinking now, what if I add sideways steps and whatnot? Like, do I have to go and... There's a modular way to do it, which I might experiment with at some point, but you know. Animating a walk for an animation, 30 minutes to 2 hours. Animating a walk for games, 5 to 50 hours. No, I think animating a walk for games is like easier because you just do, it's like 12 frames. It's like a 12 frame loop. And that's it. You don't have to do like start up and stopping like you would with an animation. Or like, you know, with like a linear medium. One direct. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Yeah, you've got slow walk, forward, backwards, left, right. I do the diagonals just for fun. Then you've got your medium walk, 8 animations. Although a lot of them are just the same animation but played backwards, or you know, you just change the feet. It's really easy in Cascadeur, like doing diagonals and stuff, because you can literally get the feet and you can rotate it 45 degrees. Like, you can rotate all of the keyframes of the feet by whatever the, you know, by so you can rotate the feet around the pivot point by 45 degrees, and then you can rotate the feet individually by 45 degrees to bring it back to the feet of pointing forwards. And so you can do like strafing animations like super duper easy. Changing one pose means reworking every animation. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by like, it's a big commitment, because like, yeah, okay, you can string together a bunch of marketplace animations, but there's always going to be like weird transitions and like weird inconsistencies, and you know, it's not necessarily serving your game to its fullest if they're marketplace. Because like, you know, a marketplace animation is always a compromise. Like, maybe it's a bit too flashy, but you want it to be more realistic, and so, you know, it's a bit of a nightmare there, but... you know, and then if you want to expand, like, oh, I want more animations, I want more variations, or, you know, I want, like, you know, you've got, like, a longsword moveset, and it's, like, super spin to win, but then you've got this, like, axe moveset, and it's really, like, realistic and grounded and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. I'm working on creating a mocap library at the moment for cinematics, but wanted to look into setting up game-like pose matching so all the data is blendable, but it seems like it's going to be a pain. Yeah. I mean, like in games, and I guess in anything, you can rely on animation blending, where, you know, you've got like a base pose, and then you can like just say, okay, over the course of 0.3 seconds, we're going to blend into the punching animation. Which can like help with a lot of, I mean, again, if your blends are too long, you don't get any of the character from the wind up, because it's essentially you're just lerping to this thing. But I don't know. Blending's like, I always have really long blend times, even though all my poses match, just for like really smooth, precise, good shit. Kieran Voka, hello, hello. Haven't stopped by in a while. How's the game going? It's going good. I took a couple of months off to develop a plugin, like an Unreal Engine plugin system thingo for stuff, which is finished, but I added something new to it, so now it isn't finished again. So I'm gonna finish that tomorrow, the final finish of the plugin, which was finished, but is now not finished. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been challenging. I've learned a lot. I learned all about Niagara grids, which is like compute shaders and whatnot. I guess I learned a lot about Niagara in general, like how you know, modules and stuff all work and blah blah blah. I put up to UE5 as soon as it was production ready. I just didn't want to use Unreal 5 when it was in early state, because it would just be cumbersome and whatnot. How many dollars it gonna be? I keep saying $29.99, as in $29.99, not $299. Or $2,999. But people say it should be more than that, and that I should put it on sale for $29.99. But like, I don't know. I also don't want people to like not buy it because they can't afford it. American dollars, $29.99 America. But I don't know. I feel like if people feel like it's worth more, they can just join the Patreon or something. And I'll tell them that. I'll tell them that in the video. I'll say, this video is sponsored by you and the patrons who something, I don't fucking know. If you feel like the plugin is, you know, worth more, then give me more money, dickhead. Because like, yeah, like I don't want hobbyists that are kind of just dicking around in Unreal Engine to not be able to try it out and not, you know, like let's say I'm like a hobbyist and I'm like working on a little project and I'm probably never going to release it and I'm probably going to get, you know, I'm probably going to quit game dev in 6 months time, but I really want people to like praise me on Reddit when I post, you know, a little compilation of footage from my game in progress. And I want it to look great, so I'm going to get this plugin. It's only $29.99. And it, you know, it's going to make all the foliage interactive and the water and the fucking whatever. Like, I don't want them to miss out on it, you know? Because that's fun. Like, it's a fun plugin. Like, it's easy to use and teach people about shaders and shit and, like... Yeah. So... Yeah, I just wanted to have a low barrier to entry, but then if people do think, you know, oh, this is fucking... Like, my whole game hinges around this fucking plugin. Like, you know, I'll fucking give Prismatica Dev $10 extra per month from my game that made $1 million, whatever. Yeah, that's right, Frederick. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the sales are good at bringing attention to something. Because, like, first thing I do when there's a big sale is, like, browse the on sale. Just to, like, look for, you know, medieval props packs, basically. And sometimes I come across something that's interesting, like, you know, Smooth Sync. Oh, it's only $20 now instead of $50. But, I don't know. But yeah, I do agree if someone wants the plugin, then they will buy it. But that's all. That's like almost a. That's almost like a for doing the, you know, have it $10 extra, but then put it on sale for $29.99 as often as possible. Because it's like if someone needs the plugin, they'll buy it for $39.99. And blah 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 blah. So I don't know. Not sure limitation UE plugins can have. Nah, I don't think you can do trials. You can do Actually, I don't know if you can do refunds on like through the marketplace. Akudo, hello. How's it doing? How it does do? What's a plugin do? That's a great question. Let me just open up the project, which I closed off ages ago because we were then looking at stuff. I can't even remember what we were doing. How often do you buy content when they are on sale compared to not on sale? On the marketplace? 100% of the time. I only buy stuff that's on sale, honestly. Like, not even exaggerate. I don't think I've ever bought anything that wasn't on sale. Or free for the month. But that's because, like, but that's like, I'm not looking for something to buy. Like, I'm not looking for, oh, I need a tool for my inventory or blah, blah, blah. Like, it's just like, oh, let's see what's on sale. And, you know, oh, this is, you know, this looks cool. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get that thing. Yeah, the free for the month is like, I look forward to that every month. It's a lot of cool. Right, that is now plugged in. We don't want to do 1,000 shapes. We just want to do the bare minimum. Right, so the plugin. It's an environmental interaction plugin. So it usually does footprints, but I've broken that intentionally for now. So the footprints do not work, but the footprints are usually like, you know, they do the whole character and the blah, 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 blah. It's like fucking Red Dead Redemption shit, you know? It's just that good. It does water. So like water, surface stuff. Again, that's like full body. It does medium scale interaction bubbles, which is the feature that I added today, which is like, you know, for shit like this. But then it also does small scale, like foliage trampling, like directional deform rather than omnidirectional. There's supposed to be, oh, it's over here. Yeah, so this is like grass, which is, again, is like full body if you want it to be. But then the whole thing comes with a wind simulation, like a local wind simulation. Which, you know, you just do inputs and blah, 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 and like, whatever. I'm just drawing deform to this. Then it comes with the benefit of all of the buffers interact with one another. So the wind interacts with the water by making ripples on the water. This is just UV displacement using the wind shit. The water affects the foliage if you want it to. Blah, 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 blah. And then you can also do particles, like particles can read from the buffers and do whatever they want with it. So these are just getting the wind velocity and adding sideways and upward velocity. What's really great? Does it only do render target stuff for water footprints at runtime, or can you do that stuff in editor without playing? It relies on runtime code to actually gather the shapes. So each frame we query all of the components that have, like, you know, the where am I drawing these shapes? Which for the character is defined by, like, just bone to bone radius and shit. You could find a way to do it just in editor, but for this, like, you can draw to render targets in editor for, like, baking stuff or whatnot. But yeah, because I'm sending in a bunch of data manually. Because, like, yeah, I'd thought about using collision query within Niagara. Or, like, you know, sample scaly mesh in Niagara. But, like, they are so expensive, and all we need is some basic capsule shapes. So, you know, that's it. Oh, and there's also, like, accurate puddle. Like you can see, like, the water, the ripples are all, like, they actually bounce off the boundaries, and they, like, travel, like, they don't travel through blockers. So, like, actually we just go down here to the sand. All good, Rosie. Have a good one. So yeah, so one thing that the one thing that a lot of other, like, water interaction methods don't do is, like, isolation. So, like, if you were using decals to do your water ripples, which a lot of games do, the ripples would carry from one puddle into the next, you know. So, yeah. Puzzle move particles around with the water sim leaves in the puddles? Yes. Let me do an example. Although I don't know how I would... Well, no, if this had distance fields. Hold on. Effect distance field lighting. So why aren't you... It's because it doesn't have a... It's because it's so thin. What if we did... Generate two-sided? No, distance field replacement mesh. Would be what, cube? Or I guess it would have to be cube, wouldn't it? But that's not big enough. If I had a cube that was... You know what? I can just fake it. Let's just get a cube. Just something with distance fields. Just so the leaves can chill out on it. Why the fuck is it not? Eh? Show me your damn distance fields. Maybe I'll have to use the wall. Hold on. Yeah. Well, this definitely has distance fields, so You come over here. Right, and now they're all colliding, and then I just give it the water material. Example water. The fuck? Why would the single layer water not emit a distance field? Well, okay, well I can just get around it by doing a thing. Just material, this one, there. Huh? Huh? Used with huh? Huh? Ah. What? Oh, it just wasn't compiled. I'm so fucking confused. Wait, so you're telling me that the single layer water That's so wacky. Why would that exclude distance field? That's fucking dumbass. Oh, unless these are... No, they're definitely distance field colliding. Anyway, fucking Jesus. Okay, so what we do, we go opacity mask 0, mask material. Let's just presume that we've got these colliding with something. With the fucking the thing. The water. Like the flat collision of the water. Oops. Okay, so what we could do... Yeah, that's about good enough. Good enough. So we could get the leaf. The leaf. Here. We could get the sample water. And we could get the water height map. And I forget what I was multiplying it by. In the water shader. It might even be 0, so let me just do this. Do you understand the ALS animation blueprint? I don't. I do not. Alright, you ready? Oh, fuck you. What position offset? Water height map. Maybe it's like 10 or something. And they can all be defaults. There they go. Yeah, I think it was 10. Yeah, it was definitely 10. Yeah, there you go. So there's the leaves moving around with the water. But then that would still affect leaves that are like falling. So like you can see if I have the falling leaves, we do this. All the leaves that are up in the air are doing the weird shit, you know? Like that. They're going up and down, up and down, up and down. So what we'd need to do is get the runtime virtual texture sample for the water height. We get the world position of the particle. You go in there. And we get the Z of the particle. We do subtract world height from this or something. But basically, we only want it to do this effect when it is close to the thing. Which would just be whatever the distance, so we'll just do absolute. Divided by strength, so like 15, just to be safe. And then 1 minus that after we saturate. 1 minus. And then multiply the, you know, the wobble effect by this mask. Yeah, löp by RVT height, exactly. So now it will, and actually we can see it like, well, we wouldn't even get ripples outside of the water anyway, but yeah, this way it does it only when it's on the water. Yep, and then if it was above the water, yep, perfect. There you go. Oh, we could even... Oh. The bitrate was 0. I apologize. But yeah, so yeah, there you go. That's the effect. You know what? I'm going to save that as a fucking... as a thing. It's now a thing. I was thinking about doing that for a little while, but yeah. How to avoid that annoying culling of particles? You need to adjust the bounds. Because what's happening here is that the particle system is up here, but the bounds are set to like 200 by 200. So if I look away and the object disappears, then the whole system will cull. Because a GPU particle system can't assess its own boundaries, like on the fly. Because the bounds are calculated in the CPU. So like if something is occluding, you know, that bit, it'll be like, oh, we don't have to render that anymore. Where if it was a CPU particle system, then each CPU particle could calculate the bounds based on how far the particles have traveled and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. It's just one thing to look out for with GPU particles. Yeah, I want to add a water velocity buffer as well, which would essentially be like wind but the water surface, which would, I don't know, I'm just adding more and more shit. But now that like I can get it so low, like low resolution, it's like I can go like nuts with it. I can have so many different interacting things. I could have the like in the paint layer, you know, you could have your blood and your blood just like splats on solids and whatever, but if the blood is in like water, then it like, you know, it blurs out and it moves around and swirls and blah blah blah. Like, you know, there's heaps of cool shit. Yeah, this bubble was a fucking no-brainer. I just need to figure out the damn footsteps again. Again. Fire propagation. I don't know. Fire propagation is something you'd need to do in the CPU so that you can actually attach it to gameplay. It's like if you wanted to use this wind simulation for, like, you can't use this wind simulation in gameplay, you know? Like, you can approximate it by spawning a wind capsule or a wind actor whenever you shoot off wind, that can, like, push objects around, but, you know. I just love that it scales infinitely. That's like why I like the whole render target bullshit. Because it's like every shader, even the ones that aren't moving, are sampling the texture. But it means that when they do sample the texture, it's like these these ones over here and these ones over here that are getting affected by the wind are running the exact same code. It's just that the texture is blank over here. Let me just get one of the... Get the explodey boy. Juicy. Probably killing the bitrate just walking through here. Spam, zoom in, zoom out. No. Look at this awesomeness. Thank you very much. Thank you. Looks fine on stream? Okay. Would it be possible to downres the RVT game using CPU sampling to gameplay like fire? Oh, you mean the render targets? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. That's not a bad shout. Because then it's a really low... like low bandwidth thing to send back to the CPU. Yeah, maybe. But then it's almost like you'd probably be better off calculating it in the CPU and then sending it to the GPU for rendering. Maybe. Well, it depends on how, like, how you are spreading the fire, you know? Because the thing is, the fire needs more data than just, like, you know, the depth or something. Like, you know, you need, like, what's the physical material? Is this object flammable? You know, is the object destroyed? Blah, blah, blah. So I feel like going CPU first is probably the best way to go for... Yeah, like how Far Cry 2 does it. That's a good example, actually. Where it's like they calculate like a CPU, like a grid, 3D grid kind of something. That's not explodey enough. $300, bam. I need to change those settings back as well. It's like it implodes for a second there. Thumbnail material. I think this is literally what the what the first video's thumbnail was like. Fuck, it's 5 a.m. I should probably go to sleep. Let me just fix the explodey boy. Sound effects are really coming along. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you know, doing it Minecraft style. All right, I'm gonna do the footprints tomorrow. Probably in my own time, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't even know what's real. Was there a Black Friday Epic Games Marketplace sale? There is. Oh, Black Friday creator sale, save up to 70% on selected products through December 3rd. So, okay, so it's a whole week. That's good. Let's see. On Black Friday sale. Here we go. Fuck yeah. Boots. Pirate Giant. Pirate 5. Okay. 30% off Skyreach Kingdom. That's expensive. No thanks. A TV set. $5. I do need TVs. More character models. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Forest? That's a lot. No, no thanks. Icons. AI generated icons. Sweet. AI generated icons. Yep, 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 yep. Icons. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Search tags. Medieval. Ooh, weapon stands? Okay, now we're talking. Non-modular bits? No thanks. Generic? They're not modular though, are they? No. They look nice. But they're not modular. I mean, I could just make them with modular sets. They're very small as well. It's Prismatica TV DLC? Hell freaking yeah. Oh wait, no, I skipped page 2. Shit. It's by a dude named Modularity. What's the bet they're not modular though? No. Sag. Like they're obviously constructed from modular kits in Blender. It's like, bruh, just give me the pieces. I just want the pieces. Oh no, okay, no, I take it back, I take it back. Hell yeah, okay. I mean, I've got enough fucking generic, you know, wood and... I mean, they're all just 3x3s. Really worth... I mean, the roofs are kind of nice. They got like bits and stuff. It's only 20 bucks, 25 bucks, 25 Australian. You know what? I'll hold on. I'll wish list it. Non-modular, 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 non-modular. See, like I wish that people would modularize. Yeah, I could make that roof, but it would take more than an hour, and my time is worth more than $25 an hour. You know? I'd rather spend 30 minutes materializing all of them than than do anything. Medieval weapons bundle. More like medieval fantasy weapons bundle. Am I right, fellas? Hmm. You know what? These aren't bad. Most of them are like real. Actually, all of them are. I've seen all of them, except this. Goes on the wish list. Goes on the wish list. Oh yeah, these ones. Beautiful. I need some of these in Prismatica. How else are we gonna do knife skins, you know? Prismatica knife skin NFTs. With a marketplace. Okay, whoever this person is, they're tickling my fancy. But they're probably really high poly, you know. More AI portraits? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Ooh, tools? Scythes? Horizontal scythes, shovels. A fucking man. Is that a man catcher? It looks a bit small to catch men. Anyway, lit. It's lit. Who buys those portraits? I mean, some people need portraits for their games. It's a gnome catcher. True. More probably AI generated icons. Yeah. Modular medieval dungeon. $66. A library? Is that like... Okay, I'm interested. What, like, time period? That's like fucking... That's like 1900s. I haven't done any AI outside. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, it's $5, you know, and it could save you an hour of time of doodling. It's like, nah, that's definitely 1900s. Maybe, yeah, you could be right. I don't know. I've only been alive for like 20-something years. Nanite. See, this is... Anything that says it's like nanite ready, it's just a no-go. Because, like, they never have fallback meshes that actually work. And when you try and LOD them, normally they, like all the, what's it called? The things. The UVs get fucked up. See, is this just icons? Huge collection of over 350 highly detailed helmets, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're 2D. They're just icons. They're just icons. But, like, are these just AI generate? Like, because they look like either... They look like they've been modeled and then rendered. So, like, where are the models? Like, I want the models, brother. Yeah, they probably just AI and touched up. Fuck, I've got 106 pages left to go. I just want to die. All right, let's narrow it down. There's a no AI tag. All right, we're gonna go medieval props. If I can spell. Medieval props. And we're gonna sort by... price highest to lowest. Where's the sort options? Can't say. Sort by highest to lowest. Yeah, I know. It's a nightmare. Wow, look at all those objects. That was free for the month. The other... It was even this month. Medieval Scandinavian village. Ooh. Mm. Nanite and works with Lumen. Yeah, fucking everything does. Jesus. But is it replicated? Right, I gotta get this. Pimp my cart. Oh, they're nice. They got damage models as well. You know. Do they come with the mannequin? Is the mannequin for scale? Yeah, I could use order market, but it's not as fun, you know? It's not as fun. Pretty sure I got this one with the... There was a humble bundle that was like $20 for like 10 asset packs that were like all really good. Except half of them were fucking nanite ones. Ugh. Makes me want to vom. I was gonna make a joke about nanite something the real. Never mind. I'm not gonna. It's not even a risque joke. It's just not even worth. It's not even worth saying. It's too funny. It's not like everything on the internet is recorded forever. Yeah, that's true. It's a pretty good joke. It's a pretty good joke. He's not saying it, it's just too... Yeah, exactly. I just don't want you guys to, like... I don't want to be liable for you guys dying from laughter. No, it's... If I said it, you guys would think I'm too funny. Maybe you hype the joke, but it will fall flat. Nah. It's like an actual banger. It's an actual banger. Sure. No, trust me. Just trust me that the joke was like at least an 8 out of 10 and laugh. Yeah, trust me that I would have said something really funny. Exactly. Thanks, Akudo. I appreciate it. Was it? No, it was a joke. It was a joke about nanite. Nah, you know, I'm not even gonna. No, you guys can probably just think of a joke to do with nanite. I haven't even fully formed it in my head. I just got it so good. So it's a very racist. No, it's not. It's not a racist joke. It doesn't even require the use of a said other word that also starts with N. It was. It was gonna be that nanite. That nanite is the real N word that no one wants to hear. You know? But I don't want to belittle the you know, the importance of not saying the N word. It's actually an 8 out of 10 joke. Yeah, that's what I said. I literally said it was an 8 out of 10 joke. Straight to socials. Straight to prison. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. Project relies on nanite. Feels bad, man. Honestly, it's not nanite itself that's the problem. It's the nanite assets. And that they have no backwards compatibility. And it's usually harder to make, like, nanite-ready assets than to just do regular texturing and stuff. Unless you're doing photo scanning. But, you know. It's just in sub-count down 70%. Hell yeah. Actually, how's my YouTube doing? Actually, thanks for... Yeah, so am I. It's very late. Or early. And I haven't done any work in like at least 3 hours. But you know, it's a Saturday. Actually, no, it's Sunday now. So that means it's a day of rest. It's the Lord's Day. And doing work is illegal on Sunday. We did, yeah. We did, what was our? What did we do? We did. We looked at Mordhau combat. Then we looked at City Skylines rendering pipeline. City Skylines 2, the render doc breakdown. And then we did back to the plugin for a bit for some doodling. And then we did asset browsing on the marketplace. And now we're here. Ready to wrap up the stream. And with that... What am I going to watch tonight, actually? Oh, it was Saturday, wasn't it? That means anime. Oh, now we're going to have to go on an anime fucking... Anime sidetrack. Hell yeah. This one right here. Like, literally best anime this season. I don't know if I've told you about this one yet. So good. So good. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Raiding out. I'll see if there's anyone to raid. Actually, I might just. We might just leave. Might just leave. We could raid like get like a game streamer. Do you guys like Elden Ring? Just raid someone playing your game. Yeah, maybe one day. Maybe in like 5 or 10 years' time, I'll be able to do that. Maybe like in 3 or 4 decades. Maybe we'll be able to raid someone playing Prismatica. So Giga hyped? Yes, same. The hype is real. Literally, the hype is real. Does it make it 3 to 4 decades? Nah, maybe just like 2 decades. Maybe just 20 years. Should be fine. Raid someone modding your game. Now that's that's good. There'll probably be people modding the game before it's even alpha. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I hope you all had fun. I am still live. We went on a few tangents. It was a good time. But as usual, check out the YouTube channel. New video soon, TM. Discord, blah blah blah. Patreon, blah blah blah. If you are a patron and your lifetime pledge has exceeded the cost of the plugin, you get the plugin for free. So join the Patreon and don't unsubscribe from it. That's my Amazon tactic, is like, if you've paid $30 through the Patreon, you get the plugin for free anyway. So it's like, why not sign up to the Patreon? But then people forget to unsubscribe, and it's like, give me your fucking money, huh? Oh, okay, my camera just died. It's a sign. But anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. I'm waving, by the way.